Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Ash stared at the yellow mouse in front of him that had materialized from a flash of golden light originating from the Pokeball. Its tail changed like lightning and its cheeks were a bright, crimson red. The yellow mouse, a Pikachu, Ash concluded was small but held great power. Although Ash could not help thinking that he would have preferred a proper beginner Pokemon, a Pikachu would do just as well. After all, it was his fault he was late. He had gotten too caught up in a book to realize the time. Pikachu. The Pokemon questioned and Ash could not help but smile. Hello, Pikachu, it's nice to meet you. Beside Ash was a gray-haired aging man, who wore a cotton-white lab coat, red shirt and brown trousers. This man was Professor Oak and he was in charge of giving trainers their beginners Pokemon. Unfortunately, this term there were 4 11-year-olds going on their journey and the elder man had only managed to obtain one of each beginner, a Squirtle, a Bulbasaur and a Charmander. Professor Oak then began to speak, making his forgotten presence known to the Pokemon and its trainer. As you said Ash, this is a Pikachu dash. However, Ash cut the professor off. The electric mouse Pokemon and when numerous of them gather together they can create lightning storms. Their electricity is generated from the red pouches on their cheeks. The Pikachu in front of Ash blinked in bewilderment and Ash smiled once more. My name is Ash Ketchum and, if you agree, I would like to be your trainer Pikachu. The yellow Pokemon stared at Ash and tilted its head contemplation before saying slowly, Pika. Great. Then Ash offered to Pokeball to it and said, do you want to get back into the Pokeball or stay out? In response, the mouse smacked the red and white ball from Ash's hand and it fell to the floor with a small clang. Excellent, cheered the gray-haired professor. You are the perfect match for each other. At first, I was a little worried because of this Pikachu, in particular, is quite temperamental, which is shocking because most are very shy. I just think that Pikachu did not like being in the Pokeball much, commented Ash. Don't I need my Pokeballs and Pokédex? Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Here we go Ash, and the professor gave the boy 6 empty red and white ball, not including Pikachu's, and a red Pokédex. This was because trainer could only hold up to 6 Pokemon at a time and the 7th ball would be used to capture extra Pokemon. This 7th Pokemon would be transported to the lab and another empty Pokeball would take its place. Thank you, Professor. That is quite alright Ash. Ash and his newly acquired Pokemon began walking back towards his house to meet his mother and get ready for his journey, however halfway there the boy froze and smacked himself on the forehead. Pika. The yellow mouse questioned. Sorry, Pikachu, I forgot to scan you. How am I supposed to know what moves you know or not if I don't scan you with the Pokédex? With that said, Ash took out the red box and flipped it open. Pressing down on a button the boy scanned his Pikachu. Then the Pokédex said in a male, robotic voice, Pikachu, the electric Pokemon. When several of this Pokemon gather, their electricity could build and cause lightning storms. This Pikachu is male and has the ability Static. Known moves, Growl, Thundershock, Quick Attack and Tail Whip. Ash nodded in acknowledgement as he memorized Pikachu's move set and the two continued back home. When home, Ash packed the last few things into his bag, including a few books with helpful tips, and waved goodbye to his mum. Delia Ketchum waved back with a small sob as she watched her baby go out into the world. Okay, Pikachu, here is the plan. The first year is going to be training at capturing Pokemon. Going straight into gym battles may give us more experience, but if we don't have enough Pokemon for those battles then we will be turned away and if we don't have the skill then we will be running in blind. A plus would be that we can still practice by battling other trainers. Ash looked put at the Pokemon that had climbed onto his shoulder some time ago. Pikachu, the yellow mouse agreed. The two then fell into an easy chatter getting to know one another. As Ash continued to ask Pikachu yes or no questions the yellow mouse's ears began to twitch. What is it? Pikachu pointed in the direction where his ears had picked up the sound of falling footsteps and said, Pika. A Pidgey, exclaimed Ash as he finally saw the Pokémon. Okay, Pikachu, do you want to try battling it? Pikachu, the Pokémon said, determination coloring its voice as it jumped from Ash's shoulder a few meters away from the bird Pokémon. Okay, Pikachu, start with quick attack and get close to it. Instantly the Pikachu followed the command and was suddenly extremely close to the bird Pokémon. Now, Thunder Shock. Strong, bright yellow sparks filled the air around Pikachu and the Pidgey fell on its side, taken by surprise at the quick step-by-step attack Ash and Pikachu had initiated. Then, with a well-aimed throw, the Pokeball bounded off the Pidgey's body and the Pokémon was pulled into the red and white ball. Alright. Great work, Pikachu, Ash cheered happy at being able to catch his first Pokémon. Pikachu. His Pokémon cheered with him. With the sun shining brightly, Ash decided that he should take a break and treat the Pidgey he had just caught. So, finding a slightly shaded area, Ash called out the bird Pokémon and pulled the medicine from his bag. Pidgey, come here for a second, Ash said, and with small bird slowly hopped toward the black-haired boy. Ash gently ran his hand down the brown and white feather searching for any cuts and scrapes and, when he found them, he carefully sprayed them with antibacterial medicine. Then gave it an oran berry to boost its energy. Pidgey, the healed bird cried out happily. Glad you're better, Ash laughed and took out his Pokédex. Pidgey, the tiny bird Pokémon. A common sight in forests and woods. It flaps its wings at ground level to kick up blinding sand. This Pokémon is a female and has the ability, Keen Eye. It knows the moves Tackle and Sand Attack. Pidgey, the small bird agreed. All we need to do now is capture 4 more Pokémon to have a full team and then we will start training. I bet if we went deeper into the forest we could find more. Both Pokémon nodded and Ash pointed his Pokeball at Pidgey, asking her to return. The tiny Pokémon did so with no fuss, so the boy assumed that it did not mind being in it. Walking across the luscious green grass, the trees slowly began to thicken around Ash and Pikachu and stretched out over the tops of their heads. Occasionally, the pair would hear a rustle of leaves but they saw no Pokémon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small purple blur jumped out of a long patch of grass and Ash sprang into action. Ready, Pikachu, he said. Pika. Okay, Pikachu, start with Growl. The Pikachu let out a threatening growl, deeper than its usual voice was, and the purple rat trembled in fright, its limbs unwilling to move. Quick attack. Ash shouted. However, as the yellow Pokémon charged towards the Pokémon, its legs suddenly came back to life and the creature jumped out of the way. Then on instinct, it tackled Pikachu in the side. You're okay, Pikachu, shake it off, called Ash, more for support than to chide the Pokémon. Pika, Pikachu replied, bouncing back from the attack as if the Pokémon had poked him with its cream-color paws. Use Thundershock and follow it up with a Tail Whip. The command was quickly followed and the smaller Pokémon did not stand a chance. As Pikachu executed the Tail Whip, the purple mouse flew hard into a trunk of a tree and collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Great! Go Pokeball! The black-haired boy threw the slightly enlarged ball at the Pokémon and, just as what happened with Pidgey, the small Pokémon was pulled into the ball. Not wanting to waste all of his Pokémon medicine just yet, Ash decided to let the Pokémon sleep within its ball until he got to a Pokémon Center in order to heal it. Although, he did scan it, Rattata, the mouse Pokémon. Bites anything when it attacks. Small and very quick, it is a common sight in many places. This Pokémon is female and has the moves Tackle, Tail Whip and Quick Attack. Once Ash looked up from his Pokédex and then down at Pikachu, he could see the electric mouse looked tired. So, with a smile, the trainer took his bag off his back and reached in, grabbing one of the several berries he had packed with him for the trip. He then gave it to the Pikachu, who promptly took it and climbed onto Ash's head. Should we keep going then, since we are doing so well? The boy questioned as he started walking at a slow pace. Pika, the mouse consented. Ash and Pikachu spotted much more Pokémon such as Beedrill and Caterpie, but the two decided to let that Pokémon be. They had been wandering from the forest for some time before Ash had found the forest Pokemon he was looking for, a Mankey. Mankey had a pig-like nose and light brown hair that stood on its end, with chocolate brown paws and a flexible tail. It was a fighting-type Pokemon and was strong against normal, rock, dark and steel types. This, of course, Ash reasoned to be a great advantage when he would start battling next year. Okay, Pikachu, this will be our last capture in the forest, then we will continue to the Pokemon Center to get Rattata healed. Pika, said the mouse Pokemon. Mankey, exclaimed the angry Pokemon as it hopped from one foot to the other. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock, then Quick Attack. The Mankey was hit by the thunder but successfully shook it off and dodged the secondary attack. The fighting Pokemon then kicked at Pikachu. Dodge it. Pikachu jumped into the air, causing the low kick to miss entirely. Good, now, while you're still in the air, use Tail Whip. Pika. The Tail Whip hit many with more effectiveness than Ash could have hoped for, but the fight was far from over. Quick, Pikachu, use Thunder again. This time the electric yellow sparks hit the wild Pokemon head-on, and once the attack ceased it panted, starting to grow tired. Let's finish this with Growl and then Quick Attack once more. And just as Ash predicted, the Pokemon fell to the ground exhausted and the train captured the fighting type easily within its Pokeball. You did brilliantly, Pikachu. Pika, Pikachu, responded the mouse. Now let's get out of here. Once out of the forest, Ash and Pikachu continued on down the path that leads from Pallet Town to Viridian City, the home of ground-type Pokemon. Chapter 2. The next morning showed Ash and Pikachu about a mile away from the city, walking along the path with green grass stretching out on either side of him. It was a particularly sunny day and many grass-type Pokemon had come out in the open to play. Ash already had an electric, flying, normal and fighting-type Pokemon, and when he saw an Oddish that was quite close to him, Ash could not help but think of the benefits a grass and poison-type Pokemon could give him. Pidgey, I choose you. Ash said, throwing his Pokeball, and in a burst of light Pidgey took to the air. Pidgey, use Sand Attack then Tackle, ordered Ash. The black-haired boy hoped to take advantage of the sudden attack by blindsiding the Oddish before attacking, and it worked perfectly. Then as the purple Pokemon stumbled around in confusion, Ash had Pidgey use Quick Attack once more, knocking the Oddish down before it could even defend itself. Minutes later, Ash had his newly occupied Pokeball in his hand, along with Pidgey's. You did amazingly, he told the bird, knowing full well that the creature could hear him. Upon arrival at Viridian City, Ash was stopped by a police officer wearing the official blue uniform and cap, and maybe a skirt too short to be deemed suitable, not like Ash noticed though. Stop right there. Can I see some ID, please? Officer Jenny asked. Oh, sure, Ash muttered and took out his Pokédex, giving it to the woman. I'm Dexter, I am a Pokédex programmed by Professor Oak for trainer Ash Ketchum of the town of Pallet. My function is to provide Ash Ketchum with information and advice regarding Pokemon. If lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced. Well, Ash, here you go. Officer Jenny smiled, giving the boy his Pokédex back. Thank you, replied Ash politely before making his way into the city and towards the Pokemon Center. The Pokemon Center wasn't hard to miss. No, it was a semi-cylindrical building with a red and white Pokeball on top, with half a dozen steps leading up to the multiple doors. The center glowed with lights welcoming any and all Pokemon trainers, breeding etc. into it. Hello, how can I help you? A soft, feminine voice spoke, and Ash glanced up to see a pink-haired nurse dressed in white. Hello, I would like you to heal my Pokemon if you can, requested the black-haired boy. Of course, if you just put your Pokeball on this tray, I will take a look at them. The nurse then supplied Ash with a tray that had 6 circular indents on it. One for each Pokemon. After giving the nurse his Pokemon, Ash then made his way to the phones. As the boy did, he noticed that there was some yellow tape blocking off one of the rooms that appeared to be damaged. What's that? Ash inquired. Oh, last night, a couple of Pokemon thieves broke into the Pokeball storage room and did quite a bit of damage. Nurse Joy explained with a sad sigh. Fortunately, I was able to transport all of the Pokeballs before they got inside. Thank God for that. I can't imagine what horrible things those thieves might have done if they were willing to steal injured and defenseless Pokemon. Me either, the pink-haired nurse agreed and then disappeared into the healing room. Making his way over to a green, chunky machine, Ash picked up the phone and dialed home. Oh, Ash. How are you? Did the start of your journey go well? Where are you at the moment? Ash's mom began questioning him the moment she got on the phone. It was obvious to the young train that Delia Ketchum had only just woken up, and when he looked at the cloak, the boy noticed that it was only 6:48 a.m. Sorry for calling so early, I just made it a Viridian City, Ash began sheepishly. Oh, that's okay, sweetie, I'm just glad you are okay. I can't believe it took you less than a day to get to Viridian. It took you father 4 days when he started his Pokemon journey. Delia explained, grinning at her son through the video phone. Ash rubbed the back of his head and continued, I would have stayed in the forest a bit longer, but I figured that if I wanted to catch and train many varieties of Pokemon, then I should go to different cities. I mean, I saw lots of Pokemon I wanted to capture, Spearow, Weedle, Caterpie, Venonet dash. That is great, Ash, Delia interrupted, knowing that her son could go on and on about Pokemon if you gave him the chance. So did you catch any Pokemon? Yeah, Pikachu, and I managed to catch a Pidgey, Rattata, Mankey and Oddish. Oh, Ash, you are doing great. I hope you changed your underwear. Ash's mother asked seriously. Yes, replied the boy slightly embarrassed. And you are eating properly? Yes. Good, now I have to go, sweetie, love you. And with that, Ash's mum ended the call. For a second the boy stared at the screen, not sure what to do without his Pokemon. Already he wanted to get out of this center and back on the road so he could catch even more Pokemon and start their training as soon as possible. Ash has had it all planned out for years. He would catch a minimum of 6 Pokemon before he started training, then he would travel around Kanto of a maximum for 1 year before entering into the Pokemon League. After competing, the boy would then set his sights of other regions, getting stronger and stronger until he will finally become a Pokemon master. Suddenly, the sound of ringing broke the boy's thoughts, and Ash turned towards the sound of Nurse Joy's phone ringing. Glancing around, Ash could not see the pink-haired woman anywhere, and so decided to answering it first before going to find her. Once the black-haired boy pressed the accept button, he immediately recognized the voice of Professor Oak. Although, Ash could not say he recognized the back of the professor's head. Hello, Professor, I think you've got the wrong camera turned on. Oh, the professor laughed. Oops, my mistake. 1 second dash. Then instead of Ash being faced with the gray mass of the professor's hair, he was face to face with the man that had given him Pikachu. The professor coughed, falsely clearing his throat to cover his embarrassment to his mistake. I just spoke to your mother and she said that you had made it to Viridian City, already. Is that correct? Ash tilted his head in confusion. Hadn't he just spoken to his mother? With a quick look at the time once again, the boy discovered that it was 7:04 a.m. Ash concluded that he must have been deep in though to lose about 15 minutes of times when it only felt like a minute or two. If I wasn't in Viridian, then how could I be talking to you? Ash questioned the elder man. Oh, yes, right, you are Ash, the professor nodded to himself. That is good. The other Pokemon trainer got there no problem, and I am quite surprised you got there so soon. It wasn't that fast, after all, I was on foot when most trainers have a bike or, in Gary's case, a car, commented Ash. Right again, Ash, Gary got to Viridian in mere hours, but sometimes slow and steady is the best way to go. I was a little worried about you and your Pikachu, but was sure that you would be able to handle it. However, when I told my grandson, he laughed and bet that you wouldn't arrive with a single captured Pokemon. Ash grinned at this. Well, then you won the bet, Professor. I caught 4 new Pokemon already. 1 more and then I am going to start training them. Excellent, Ash. Then in the background, Professor Oak's doorbell rang. Ah, that is my pizza. Coming. As soon as the professor left, the screen went black, Pokemon leaving Ash bored and waiting for Pokemon. A while later, the bell at Nurse Joy's healing room dinged, and the woman walked out with Ash's newly healed Pokemon, all of whom, with the exception of Pikachu, were within their Pokeball. "There you go, young man," the nurse handed Ash his 5 red and white ball. "Thanks, Nurse Joy," the boy said, remembering his manners. It was no trouble at all. Then the nurse went over to another trainer that had just appeared through the front door. It was a girl with orange hair tied to the side of her head, a yellow t-shirt and blue shorts. Ash turned away from the girl, not wanting to be called out for staring or something similar, and instead called out all of his Pokemon. Just as Nurse Joy claimed, his Pokemon were as good as new, or maybe even better than they were in the wild. Slowly, Ash took out his Pokédex and scanned his 2 recent catches. Mankey, the pig monkey Pokemon. This Pokemon is extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment then thrashing away the next instant. This Pokemon is male and has the ability Anger Point. Moves: Focus Blast, Leer, Low Kick, Scratch and Fury Swipes. Oddish, the weed Pokemon. During the day, it keeps its face buried in the ground. At night, it wanders around sowing its seeds. This Pokemon is male and has the move Absorb. Ash frowned at the Pokédex. If Oddish liked to stay underground during the day, then why was it play in the grass a few hours ago? Ash filed this thought away for later references and looked at the Pokemon. In front of him, this is going to be great. All we have to do is capture one more Pokemon, Pikachu. Pipika, the small yellow Pokemon nodded. "Hi, I'm Ash and I'm going to be your trainer," the boy announced, and received calls of Rattata, Mankey, and Oddish. "Now, let's get some food, I'm starving." The boy stretched out his back before heading towards the lunch room within the Pokemon Center. Ash grabbed a couple of sandwiches, one to eat now and the rest of later, and brought some specialized food for each type of Pokemon he had. As he walked out of the Pokemon Center, Ash waved goodbye to Nurse Joy, who was trying to deal with the loud and obnoxious orange-red head. Viridian City was home to ground types and thus had a ground-type battle gym. Ash hoped to take a slow journey through the city and its borders and find a ground-type Pokemon. Then training will begin. Ash glanced left and right as he made his way away from the Pokemon Center. The sooner Ash caught his next Pokemon the better. Heck, he estimated it would take him a week to get a complete 6 Pokemon team, yet here he was with 5 in one day. Eventually, the tall building gave way to the Viridian Forest. This forest was different from the small trees that the boy had walked through when he journeyed towards the city. Yes, compared to this forest, the other one was just a small woods. As far as the eye could see, there were thick trucks for wood. Most stood tall and proud, but some had tumbled over during a past storm. The leaves were a dark green that caused the shadows to darken further than normal. There was the distinct sound of wings flapping and unknown Pokemon calling through the forest, and Ash could feel blood pump into his veins. He could spend forever in this forest hunting, battling and capturing the Pokemon that inhabited it, but he won't. Ash wanted to be a Pokemon master, and, in the young boy's mind, this meant having a diverse team of many different types of Pokemon. It also meant that the boy wanted to raise this Pokemon from their pre-evolution stages. Rustling pulled Ash from his thoughts, and the boy turned his head to the source. It was a cater pie. This caused the boy to frown and his finger twitched slightly towards his Pokeball. He wanted to capture the Pokemon, but he couldn't. Or should he? After all, Ash didn't have bug types yet, so it was definitely added to the strengths of his team. However, if he captured this cater pie, then the boy would have to wait to visit the next city before he could trade it for another Pokemon he may or may not have caught. Okay, Pikachu, let's catch it. Taking a deep breath, the black-haired trainer made his decision and grabbed his Pokeball. At least this Pokemon was weak enough to not need any battling to capture. With this, though, Ash let the red and white ball spin out of his hand. The ball contacted the bug Pokemon head, and in a flash of light, it was captured. Ash stood there in silence as the Pokemon inside the ball tried to fight its way out. The white button flashed red. Once. Twice. 3 times and finally the fight was over. Ash had caught his first bug Pokemon, Caterpie. Let the training begin. Okay, guys, come on out. Ash tossed his 5 Pokeballs into the air and released his Pidgey, Rattata, Mankey, Oddish and Caterpie. I said, I would start training when I caught a fall team of Pokemon and, now, with an addition of Caterpie, I have 6 Pokemon. As Ash said this he took out his Pokédex and scanned his new Pokemon, Caterpie, the worm Pokemon. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. This Pokemon is male and has the move String Shot and Tackle. All of the boys' Pokemon cheered happily and turned toward the Caterpie, who blushed slightly at the attention. Glad you approve, guys. Right, I think we should work on our speed, endurance and strength first. So, first, we will do an hour-long run, both sprinting at full speed and lightly jog. What do you say? Again the 5 Pokemon on the floor in front of him and Pikachu on his should, cheered and started towards the forest, leaving Ash to follow in their wake. When it nearly came to the end of the hour, Ash shouted for the last time, "Sprint," and all of the Pokemon and their trainer sped up from their jogging pace. It was a relief to all of them when Ash finally called for a 5-minute break in which the boy gave his Pokemon a berry to eat and some water to drink. Just by looking at the group you could tell that they were already exhausted, but extremely satisfied with what they had done. Therefore, when Ash called for them to find a stone that was a quarter of their weight and do press-ups, or in Caterpie's case, to push to stone around, the Pokemon made no complaint. By the time both trainer and Pokemon had finished, it was near afternoon. So Ash took out one of his previously brought sandwiches and his purchased Pokemon food. The group began to feast with vigor. Of course, Ash was so concentrated on his food that he did not notice his Caterpie run towards the path in excitement. In fact, it was not until the boy heard a familiar, painfully loud scream of "Bug" reach his ears. Glancing up, Ash asked, "Where's Caterpie?" Pikachu began to speak pointing towards the direction of the continued screams and Ash guessed that his green worm-like Pokemon was the cause of it. When Ash was finally close enough to see what was going on, he was not shocked to see the red head from the Pokemon Center. "Get this disgusting bug away from me," she shrieked loud enough to make Ash's ears bleed. With an irritated frown at the girl, Ash pointed his Pokeball at Caterpie and called for it to return. The Pokemon did grudgingly. "That was very mean, you know," Ash said as he watched the girl slump down against a tree. "I hate bug. Bugs are the 3 worst things in the world," grumbled the 11-year-old. "Bug Pokemon have feelings too. What would you do if a screamed at your Pokemon calling them disgusting and creepy?" Ash grated out and this stopped the girl from her blabbering nonsense. With a sigh, Ash rubbed the back of his neck in annoyance. The next thing the boy did surprised both Pokemon trainers. He strolled over to the orange-haired girl and held out his hand to help her up. "But I guess it is partly my fault since I did not keep a closer eye on it," admitted the boy. However, the girl said nothing in return. "Well, I best be going." "It was nice meeting you, Miss Redhead," commented Ash. As he turned away from the girl, the boy didn't notice the red vein that suddenly appeared on the girl's forehead in anger. "I am not Redhead. My name is Misty." This time Ash said nothing at the girl's comment and continued but to his camp in order to pack up and leave. When Misty was finally left alone, her anger and annoyance melted away. Although, upon hearing the rustling of grass and the moving of possible bug Pokemon around her, Misty's face went dramatically pale and she shouted after the boy, "Hey! Wait for me, I'm coming with you." Chapter 3. Ash continued walking through the forest, sighing sadly. How did he end up in this position? He questioned himself and he peeked at the tall, skinny girl walking beside him. At least she was quiet, but the black-haired boy doubted that would last for long. Night fell and Ash lay down in his sleeping bag after once more training with his Pokemon. He was hoping short yet frequent bursts of training would help his Pokemon improve and then he would increase the time running and a number of push-ups. After that would be target practice. The next morning sunlight filled the open space in which Ash, Misty, and Pikachu slept, causing the boy to blink awake at the same time. The small yellow mouse that slept beside the boy also woke and the two proceeded to stretch out, feeling their joints and bones crack and pop from disuse. "Okay," Ash said, throwing off some clothes. He then released all of his Pokémon once more and continued, "Let's start with our run, the same as yesterday." The Pokémon and trainer quickly jumped into action, however Caterpie glanced at Misty's sleeping form with pleading eyes. "Come on, Caterpie," shouted Ash from the trees. "Hi Pikachu," the yellow mouse shouted beside his trainer. Then the bug Pokémon rushed towards its team, leaving behind that orange-haired girl, and she shifted in her sleep. It was while Ash and his Pokémon were walking back from the morning's training that he heard a high-pitched, feminine cackle. As the boy peeked through the bushes he saw a woman with dark red hair and pale skin. If he had to guess then he would estimate her age at about 25. She wore black gloves and leather black, thigh-high boots, with a white skirt and a white t-shirt. On the shirt was a bright red capital R. Next to her was a man, probably about the same age as the woman. He had periwinkle blue hair and wore the same outfit as the woman with the exception of him wearing trousers instead of a skirt. In front of the two was a Meowth that stood off two legs and, much to Ash's surprise, could talk. With a shake of his head, Ash dismissed the odd-looking group, as the word crazy circled around his head. The boy then continued back to camp to find Misty wide awake and ready to go. "Well, what is taking you so long? Let's go," spoke the irksome girl. She smirked at Ash as she hitched the strap of her blue bag up onto her shoulder. She wore the similar clothes as she did yesterday and the same frown that he always saw her with when she was upset about something. Probably being in a forest full of bug Pokémon. The two trainers and Pikachu walked, once again, down the forest path. Misty chattering on about how the forest was filled with disgusting, slimy bug Pokémon. Ash was extremely relieved when an unknown person, dressed as a samurai, jumped out at them. "Greetings, oh shrieking maiden. Are you by any chance the Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town?" asked the samurai. "No," said Ash rather calmly, despite the realistic sword pointed at them. "That would be me. Alas, my search has come to an end. I challenge you, the trainer from Pallet Town, to a Pokémon battle." Ash smiled at the idea of his Pokémon first experience at an actual battle and readily accepted the challenge. "It will be a 2-on-2 battle with no substitutes," stated the samurai, taking one of his Pokeball from his belt. "Pinsir, assume battle mode." From the Pokeball appeared a large brown armored body with white pincers that had sharp thorns. Ash looked at the Pinsir, his mind immediately trying to think of the best Pokémon to battle with. Pinsers are bug types, so are weak against flying, rock and fire types. Therefore, Ash summarized that using Pidgey, a flying type, would be the best choice he could make. He could play the Pokémon flying type moves to his advantage and maybe even have the bird gain some much needed experience. However, the one disadvantage was that Pidgey only knew two moves, Sand Attack and Tackle. Ash mentally shrugged his shoulders. His Pokémon was not going to get stronger if they did not have a challenging fight. "Pidgey, I choose you." Ash threw his Pokeball and in a burst of light the small, brown bird Pokémon appeared. "Give it your best." "Pidgey," the Pokémon nodded enthusiastically. "I'll go first," shouted the samurai. "Pinsir, tackle it." "Pidgey, dodge." To the samurai's surprise, the bird Pokémon was fast as it shot up into the air and dodged the attack with ease. "Now, our turn. Pidgey, tackle Pinsir." "Vice grip, Pinsir." Quickly the bug Pokémon had its sharp pincers wrapped around Ash's Pidgey, squeezing it. "Pidgey, use your wings and try to escape," shouted Ash. Immediately, the bird Pokémon began to stretch and flap its wings. To an outsider, it may have looked like Pidgey had gone into a pain, but in actuality the random movements caused the pincer's grip on it to loosen enough for the brown bird to break free, into the sky. "Pinsir, use tackle." Ash watched as Pinsir began its attack on Pidgey. Ash was about to shout for the bird to dodge, but the Pokémon inside threw its wings across its body into an X shape. Pinsir, not expecting an attack as its target's train had yet to say anything, was taken off guard and received a large amount of damage. Air Cutter! Ash exclaimed happily. Great, Pidgey, that must have been an egg move. Pidgey, shouted the Pokémon. The attack caused the Pinsir to stumble to the ground, tired. Pinsir, return, called the Pokémon trainer, pointing the Pokeball at it. Very good, you are a worthy opponent indeed. He then took out his second Pokeball and threw it, revealing a Metapod. Ash instantly called Pidgey to return and took out his next Pokémon. Mankey, it's your turn. Ash said as he threw the Pokeball. Mankey. Start with Fury Swipes. Ash continued. Harden, ordered the samurai, making the Fury Swipes ineffective. Ash mentally cursed, he had forgotten about Metapod's ability to harden its forest green cocoon. Mankey, use Leer, then follow it up with Focus Blast. And that was how the battle ended. Leaving Ash as the victor. This time at least. It was a good battle, what is your name? The samurai asked after recalling his Metapod. Ash Ketchum, it was great to finally let my Pokémon have a real match with another trainer, the black-hair boy said rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, Ash, that was a great battle, Misty commented. Hours later, Ash, Misty and Pikachu finally find their way out of the Viridian forest onto a rocky path. Rocks of various shades of gray towered above them to their left. As Ash stared up to the rocks, he saw a small stone fall off one of the narrow pathways above him. Adrenaline pumped through the boy's veins and, without any acknowledgement of the orange-haired girl beside him, Ash began to climb up the rocks. Ash, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Screamed Misty as she witnessed her traveling companion climb higher and higher. But the boy did not listen to Misty and she continued her angry and frightened shouts towards him. It wasn't until Ash had hoisted himself up onto the narrow path that she breathed a sigh of relief. However, relief wasn't what Ash felt as his feet once again were safely on the ground. This was because right in front of the boy, mere meters away from him, was a Rhyhorn. This Pokémon equaled Ash's height, but that is where the similarities stopped. Its body was covered in thick rock-like armor and it had bright, menacing, red eyes. The Pokémon also had a small horn on the tip of its nose. Rhyhorn's weaknesses are water, grass, ice, fighting, ground and steel-type Pokémon. This meant that Ash would have the advantage if he used Oddish or Mankey. However, Ash had already used Mankey and he would still be tired from their earlier battle with the samurai. Oddish, on the other hand, only knew one move, Absorb, and Ash was not ready to risk battling with it before it knew the second move. Therefore Ash went for his second best option. Caterpie, I choose you. Ash shouted, releasing the small, worm Pokémon. Quick, use String Shot to shot Rhyhorn from moving. Caterpie instantly complied with Ash's order and it was not long before the larger Pokémon was wrapped, immobilized, in a thick cover of webbing. Great, now use Tackle. As the worm Pokémon charged in for the attack, the Rhyhorn had torn itself free from the string short and hit Caterpie with its horn, effectively rendering the Pokémon unconscious. Caterpie, return. Ash then said gently to the Pokeball in his hand, you did really well. Don't worry, we will get him. Pikachu, are you ready? Pika, growled the yellow Pokémon as he jumped from his trainer's shoulders. Just as the Rhyhorn stomped ferociously towards the two, Ash said, okay, start off with quick attack and then follow up with a tail whip. Pikachu nodded its understanding. Then the small Pokémon charged at the Rhyhorn, dodging its sharp, deadly, nose and attacking its underbelly. Good, now use Thunder Shock on the rocks above Rhyhorn. Ash pointed to the place he meant and Pikachu readily sent a powerful Thunder Shock towards them. Quickly, the rock above the Pokémon tumbled down onto it, effectively injuring and trapping the Pokémon in place. Quick attack and tail whip, one more time. As Pikachu began to bring its tail down onto Rhyhorn, it suddenly began to glow. However, as quickly as the glow appeared it disappeared, leaving a very bewildered Ash to think about what had just happened. Although this thought was pushed aside so that the boy could concentrate on throwing his Pokeball and capturing his first ground and rock-type Pokemon. "Pokeball, go!" shouted Ash, and in a stream of bright light, Rhyhorn was seked into the red and white ball. The Pokeball rocked back and forth, almost violently, as the red light blinked indicating the fight that the Rhyhorn was putting up. Nevertheless, a minute later, the Pokeball stilled and stopped flashing. Ash had captured a Rhyhorn. Chapter 4. Ash was slightly disappointed when the Pokeball containing his newly acquired Rhyhorn vanished in his hand, but knew that the strong Pokemon was with Professor Oak. So, with a sigh, the boy slowly began to climb back down the miniature, rock mountain, towards a peeved redhead. "Why did you go and do that, Ash? You could have been hurt, or worse. You could have fallen to your death," shouted the girl. It took all of Ash's control not to rip the girl's head off and leave her on the side of the path, continuing his journey in peace. However, Ash's mother raised him with more manners than that, and he could not leave the girl alone. Or be charged with murder, for that matter. "Oh, wow. Look, Ash, we made it to Pewter City," Misty exclaimed and pointed to the city beyond the rocky path in which they had been walking. "I thought we would never be quit of that creepy forest." Ash just grunted his acknowledgement that redhead had spoken and continued walking on. "Pewter City is gray, the color of stone. This town had always been famous for its stone," muttered a mysterious voice from the side of the path. "And you are?" Ash asked. Pika, the yellow mouse on the boy's shoulder, also tilted its head questioningly. "My name is Flint," said the man in a gruff voice. Ash now took a longer look at the man. He had dark tan skin, as if he had spent most of his life outside, and a long, shaggy beard that covered most of his facial features. His hair was a deep, chocolate brown but was mostly hidden under a red woolly hat. "Look up," the black-haired boy noticed that on a shelf were rocks of different shapes and sizes. "All of them we priced, ranging from 25 pounds to pound. You sell rock?" Ash raised his eyebrow. "They are Pewter City souvenirs. Do you want to buy some?" the man asked seriously. No thank you," Ash said, trying hard not to let his jaw drop at the thought of the man actually selling rocks to people. Who would be stupid enough to do such a thing? "Well, I should be going. My Pokemon is exhausted from our traveling. Do you know where the Pokemon Center is?" Suddenly, Ash was grabbed from behind by Misty, and the girl hissed into his ear, "Ash, what are you doing telling this weirdo where we are going? He could be a stalker of a criminal for all we know." "I am sure he is perfectly safe," commented the girl before he shrugged out of Misty's grip. "I can show you the way if you like." The elder man stood up. "That would be very helpful, thank you." The Pokemon Center in Pewter City was much different from the Vermilion City Center. Instead of being a hemisphere, this center stretched taller and had a circular viewing box at the very top. The Pewter Pokemon Center also had many windows that let light stream into the building from all directions at all times during the day. "Hello, Nurse Joy," Ash said to the pink-haired woman as he entered the center with Flint and Misty. "Can you revitalize my Pokemon, please?" "Of course, young man," said the nurse, and, just as the Nurse Joy in Viridian City had done, this Nurse Joy gave the black-haired boy a tray to place his Pikachu and Pokeball on. "While you wait, why don't you take a look at that poster?" The woman jutted her chin in the direction of a poster announcing the Pokemon Regional Championship League. However, to the nurse's surprise, the boy shook his head. "No, thank you, Nurse Joy. I just started my journey, so I want to take a year to capture, train and bond with my Pokemon." "That is a very sensible thing to do," the nurse nodded in approval. As Ash waited for his Pokemon, the boy decided to go and get something to eat. So a little while later found our trainer sitting in the cafe eating a ball of rice with seasoned fish and vegetables. It was the first real meal he had eaten in a while. It wasn't long before the boy retrieved his Pokemon and was on his way once again. As Ash and Pikachu, followed by Misty, continued their journey, a scream echoed through the forest. "Look, over there," cried Misty, and Ash quickly ran in the direction the scream originated from. To their surprise, the two travelers found a man in a white lab coat curled on the grass being attacked by a cloud of Zubats. "Pikachu, thunder shock," shouted Ash. The purple Zubats shrieked in pain as they were hit by the electric attack and, while most of them fled, a couple of the Zubat collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. "Pokeball, go!" Ash said as he threw the Pokeball at the nearest bat Pokemon. Then, after the bat was safely within the red and white ball, Ash's 8th Pokemon disappeared to Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. Ash huffed in frustration at this. How could he make all of his Pokemon strong when his had barely met and assessed his captures beyond that of battling and catching them? "Ouch, ouch, ouch," muttered the man as he still lay there on the floor, face down. Then, suddenly, he was up and hugging Ash. "You guys were so great, amazing. Thank you." "Why were the Zubat attacking you, mister?" Ash asked, looking up at the tall, brown-haired man. "Never call me mister, my name is Professor Seymour, I am a scientist. And you see, someone put lights in the cave and the Pokemon, like Zubat, need the dark. Without it they get confused dash. And that is why the Zubat were out during the day," concluded Ash with a nod. "Exactly," said Professor Seymour in agreement. "Look, I'll show you." The professor then began to lead Ash, Misty, and Pikachu into the cave that the Zubat vanished into. As he said, lighters were strung up onto the walls, ensuring that not even a single crevice was left in darkness. As the small jump ventured deeper into the cave, they came across Paras, the bug and grass-type Pokemon. "See, the Paras are planting their mushrooms everywhere and the Sandshrew are being dried up by the hot lights. That is why I am here, to put a stop to the troublemakers that are attacking the cave." "What troublemakers would want to attack caves?" questioned Misty stubbornly. "It is probably because of the Moonstone," Ash answered. "Pika," the yellow mouse asked. "A moonstone is centuries old and is said to be deep in a cave, though no explorer has ever found the cave. It is said that the moonstone comes from space and many scientists have studied its fragments, and it was found that a moonstone can greatly enhance a Pokemon's power," continued the professor. "Oh, look at that cutie," exclaimed Misty, breaking the professor from his serious speech. The creature she saw was a small, pink, round Pokemon with tiny wings and, in its equally tiny hands, it held a stone. "Clefairy. Clefairy," whispered the Pokemon as it skipped past them. Eventually, the whispers died as the Clefairy moved further and further away from them. Until the Pokemon shouted of alarm caught the group's attention and everyone began to run in that direction. Ash, Pikachu, Misty, and the professor soon came to find the Clefairy shivering in fear, cornered by a Meowth. A talking Meowth. The same cat Pokemon that the boy has seen in the forest some days ago. "What are you kids doing here?" snapped the Meowth. "Looking for troublemakers like you, apparently," Ash said in a monotone. "Where are the other two people within you crazy, troublesome group?" As Ash questioned the Meowth, Pikachu jumped from his shoulder and went over to the Clefairy, soothing the frightened Pokemon. "Trouble," announced a feminine voice. "Better make that double," continued a second masculine voice. "To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight." "Meowth, that's right. They're even crazier than I thought," muttered Ash, causing the three criminals' sweat to drop. "They sure are show-offs," nodded Professor Seymour. "Got that right," grumbled Misty darkly. "Isn't Team Rocket the team that tried to break into the Vermilion City Pokemon Center? And failed?" The three members of Team Rocket collapsed to the floor at the insult. However, they bounced straight back up, saying, "You're just jealous, girl, because you can't join us." "Like we would ever join you," shouted Misty in her typical loud voice. "Exactly," smirked Ash. "After all, Only weak trainers would seek a Moonstone to power up their Pokémon rather than make their Pokémon stronger by themselves. "Now we've had it, boy," shouted Jessie. "Ekans. Coughing, go." James called. "Caterpie, Pikachu." "Let's go," retaliated Ash, and the 4 Pokémon stood in front of each other. Caterpie, string shot on Coughing. Pikachu, tackle Ekans. "Coughing, smog attack," yelled James, but it was too late. Caterpie's string shot was already covering the poison-type Pokémon. At the same time as James' order, Jessie also commanded, "Ekans, bit. Dodge it, Pikachu." "Great, now use Thunder Shock on both Coughing and Ekans." Instantly golden yellow sparks burst towards Team Rocket's Pokémon, and the poison and snake Pokémon fell to the floor with spiraled eyes. When the battle was over, Team Rocket fled, leaving Ash and the group within the cave. It took the rest of the day to find the energy source that powered the lights and to take them down from the cave walls. However, the Pokémon inside were immensely happy for the change. As the sun was setting, Ash continued to train his Pokémon. With all of the training that Ash and his Pokémon had done over the week, Oddish had learned to endure, Pikachu and Pidgey had learned agility, and Caterpie had learned Bug Bite, making it close to evolving. This made Ash even more determined to have Caterpie fight in the next battle. It was nearly nightfall, and Ash and his Pokémon were enjoying a nice meal while Misty set up her sleeping bag at a safe distance from Caterpie, Ash's bug Pokémon. Clefairy had decided to stay with the group and was chattering happily with Pikachu as the two ate. "Pika," said Pikachu. Clefairy, fairy," the pink Pokémon spoke enthusiastically. Then suddenly the fairy Pokémon took off, leading the group through long, dark grass and towards what looked like another cave. It looked ominous, like a black void that dared no one to enter it. But they did. Eventually, the long, rocky cave widened into a huge open area, which had no ceiling. In the center of the space was a glimmering stone. The Moonstone core. Unaware of their awe, Clefairy continued towards the massive Moonstone and placed the small stone, that it still had clutched in its hands, in the circle around it. The smaller Moonstone circle then began to light up, filling the darkness with an unearthly glow. Soon after, the Moonstone core also began to glow brightly. Clefairy came from multiple cave entrances towards the Moonstone, smiling with glee. "There are so many of them," said a stunned Misty. The small, pink, fairy Pokémon then welcomed the group of humans and began to dance around the Moonstone, rising up into the air. With the full moon shining above them, it was the beautiful sight, and many people would be jealous at what Ash, Misty, Pikachu and Professor Seymour were seeing. "Amazing," pondered the professor. "It seems as if these Clefairy have created their own society." "Unfortunately, their little society won't last long," snickered a voice that Ash instantly recognized as Jessie from Team Rocket. "Not you again," the boy, as the team ignored him and went into their horribly overused the slogan. "Caterpie, Mankey, I choose you. Coughing, go. Ekans." Once again it was a face-off between Ash and Team Rocket. "Caterpie, string shot." "That won't work this time, you little brat," shouted Jessie. "Ekans, use wrap." "Caterpie," exclaimed the Pokémon as the snake squeezed its body. "Mankey, focus blast on Coughing." "Caterpie, bug bite." The two attack hit and damaged Ash's targets, and effective released Caterpie from Ekans' tail. Then, just as Ash hoped, Caterpie began to glow and shoot string, creating a green cocoon around itself. "Great job," Ash shouted before calling Metapod to return. "Pikachu, are you ready?" "Pika," called the yellow Pokémon as it took a battle stance beside Mankey. "Okay, Mankey, do a double low kick, one at Coughing, the other at Ekans. Then Pikachu follow with Thunder." "Man," said Mankey, the Pokémon's eyes glittering darkly. "Pika," said Pikachu as sparks crackled from its electric pouches in its cheeks. With Pikachu's final electric attack, Team Rocket was sent flying into the sky, and hopefully as far away from Ash as possible. However, as the criminal group went, Ash thought he heard, "I swear that is no ordinary Pikachu." Chapter 5. Once Ash and Misty left Professor Sycamore with the Clefairy and Kleeble, they continued on the path towards Cerulean City. "Why are you still with us, Misty? I thought you would have gone as soon as we left the Viridian Forest," asked Ash as they glanced at the orange-haired girl. "Pikachu," nodded the electric mouse from its place on Ash's should. Misty huffed and folded her arms over her chest. "Well, I would have left you behind, but what would the point be? I am heading towards Cerulean City and so are you." Ash quirked his eyebrow. "Who says I am going to Cerulean City?" "Nobody, but the fact that you have no water Pokemon and the city is famous for them gave me a good idea." Misty beamed in pride at her excuse for tagging along with the black-haired boy. However, the truth is, she found him to be a very interesting trainer and had enjoyed traveling with him. "Fine," resigned Ash. "I was planning to go to Cerulean City." "Good, and when we get there I will lend you one of my fishing rod if you want," Misty suggested. "Really?" asked Ash in disbelief. "I am polite, you know, and I am capable of saying thank you, you know," the redhead said sarcastically, dragging out both of the "ams" in her sentence. "Of course, I would appreciate the help," nodded the boy with mock seriousness. A few days later found the two Pokemon trainers and Pikachu at a crossroad. The left road lead to Celadone City and the right road lead to Cerulean City, and, wasting no time, the boy, girl and Pikachu began walking towards Cerulean City. The trio didn't even notice the scribbled message left by Gary Oak. The sun shone brightly as the tiny common Pokemon types began to awake from their night's sleep. The air was still cool, not yet warmed by the morning sun's rays. Upon arriving at Cerulean City, Misty brought Ash towards the river that ran around half of the city and taught him how to fish for water types Pokemon. The two sat there for hours until Ash felt something pull on the hook of his rod. With a smile, the black-haired boy began to reel in whatever Pokemon had bitten down on his hook. With a final pull, a fish Pokemon burst from the water. "Ash!" Misty gasped. "That is a shiny Magikarp." "I know," said Ash as he looked down at the golden Pokemon with white fins. It was completely different from the bright red Magikarps usually found in the river. Ash quickly brought out his Rattata and, as the shiny Magikarp attempted to attack it, the boy ordered his Pokemon to use Quick Attack. The weak Pokemon was fast to be knocked out and Ash threw his red and white Pokemon at the Magikarp. "Nice work, Rattata." "Return," said Ash as he pointed Rattata's Pokeball at the purple mouse Pokemon. "Maybe you should fish for a bit longer, see if you can catch another Pokemon," commented Misty. "After all, Magikarp is a pretty useless Pokemon until it evolves." Ash hummed and once again began to fish. By the end of the day Ash had catch 5 ordinary Magikarp and 2 Goldeen, which the boy immediately threw back into the river. However, just as he was about to pack up there was another tug at Ash's fishing rod, stronger than that of a Magikarp or Goldeen's. The boy reeled it in, grinning widely, his mind racing with what he might have caught. When the water Pokemon broke through the water's surface, Ash found himself face to face with a Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon. This Pokemon would be very useful in battle. "Oh wow, a Poliwag," muttered Misty, who had only managed to catch a dozen Magikarp and Chinchou. "Rattata, go," the boy shouted as he threw the Pokeball. In a burst of light, Ash's small, purple mouse Pokemon appeared and faced off against the Poliwag. "Rattata, tackle." The mouse Pokemon quickly attacked the Poliwag, who then used Water Gun. "Dodge it, Rattata, and use Quick Attack." Once again Rattata hit the Poliwag and, in one last effort to beat its opponent, the tadpole Pokemon summoned all of its energy into its tail, forming an ice ball. "Be careful, Rattata, that is an egg move," said Ash. "Dodge it at last minute and then use Tackle, followed by Tail Whip." Rat, the normal-type Pokemon, nodded. Rattata then concentrated from the moment the ice ball came hurtling towards it, and using its increased speed from those weeks training the Pokemon dodged it in a blur. However, Just as Rattata was about to tackle the Poliwag, it began to glow, its body becoming bigger and stronger. Rattata had evolved into Raticate. Ash, wanting to quickly finish the battle before this Poliwag go away, scanned his newly evolved Pokémon with his Pokédex. Raticate, the mouse Pokémon and the evolved version of Rattata, said the mechanic voice. It uses its whiskers to maintain its balance. It apparently slows down if they are cut off. Also, its hind feet are webbed. They act as flippers, so it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. This Raticate is female and has the ability Guts. Known moves: Tackle, Quick Attack, Tail Whip, Bite and Hyper Fang. Raticate, quick, use Hyper Fang on Poliwag, shouted Ash as the Poliwag tried to escape towards the river. The attack hit the tadpole Pokémon and it collapsed at the river ledge. Pokeball, go! The Pokeball hit the Poliwag, pulling the Pokémon into it. The ball then snapped shut and the button began to blink from white to red as the ball shook. However, moments later the blinking stopped and stilled. Ash had caught a Poliwag. At the Cerulean City Pokémon Center, Ash had his Pokémon healed. Then he called Professor Oak and traded his Raticate and Metapod from his Rhyhorn and Zubat. The black-haired boy felt a little guilty for doing so, but since those two Pokémon had already worked hard and evolved to the next level, he thought it would be best to start training his other Pokémon. Thanks for letting me use your fishing rod, Misty, Ash smiled as he handed the long pole back to the red-headed girl. No problem, Ash, responded Misty. It was nice to catch water Pokémon with some company for a change. So where are you going now? Asked the boy. Misty sighed and said, Cerulean Gym. My sisters and I are the leaders there, but they are more likely to put on a show than to battle with challengers. Well then I guess I will be challenging you next year. You betya, and I'm not going to go easy on you, bragged the girl pointing at Ash in determination. I would not want you to, stated Ash. Pika, grinned the small electric mouse Pokémon as it puffed out its chest. To Ash his Pikachu was saying, bring it on, I can beat you. I'll see you around then, said the girl as she ran down the steps that lead towards the Pokémon Center doors. Bye. Bye, Misty. Ash shouted back, and when the orange dot disappeared into the distance the boy turned around and went back into the Pokémon Center. The plan was to get a good night's sleep, wake up early to train and then head back out on his journey. The next day, Ash sat in the Pokémon battlefield at the back of the Pokémon Center and began to draw up a more detailed training plan. There, announced the boy. Since Pikachu, Pidgey, Oddish and Mankey have all been doing the speed, endurance and strength training, not much needs to be done there. So you four will done a 30-minute sprint with these weights that are brought and then an hour and a half on strengthening your attacks. However, before I put anything down for Rhyhorn and Zubat, I best find out what you guys can do, continued Ash as he took out his Pokédex and scanned his Pokémon. Rhyhorn, the Spike's Pokémon. Its massive bones are 1,000 times harder than human bones. It can easily knock a trailer flying. This Pokémon is male. Known moves: Horn Attack, Fury Attack, Scary Face and Stomp. Zubat, the Blind Bat Pokémon. Forms colonies in perpetually dark places. Uses ultrasonic waves to identify and approach targets. This Pokémon is female and has the egg move Super Fang. Known moves: Supersonic and Bite. Okay, Ash nodded. Zubat, I want to put some weights on you and about an hour of constant flying in the morning and evening. Then I want you to work with Pidgey and try to learn Air Cutter. Rhyhorn, there is no point training you in speed because your body isn't made for it, however try and overcome some of your weaknesses such as water and grass type moves. I will have you and Pikachu learn Shock Wave and Iron Tail. Pika, RH, both Pikachu and Rhyhorn agreed. Okay, then let's go. By the end of the 2 hours, Ash's Pokémon were once again exhausted and the boy quickly asked Cerulean's Nurse Joy to rejuvenate them. So, it wasn't until midday that Ash began making his way towards the next town, wondering what type of Pokémon he will catch next. The young boy didn't even realize that as he left Cerulean City, Team Rocket had broken into the Cerulean City Water Pokemon Gym planning to steal the gym leader's Pokemon. However, it was fortunate of these gym leaders that all of their Pokemon were being healed at the Pokemon Center, although very unfortunate for Team Rocket. Chapter 6. Oddish, finish it with tackle, said Ash as the purple-weed Pokemon attacked the Rattata in front of him. No, Rattata, cried the younger trainer as his Pokemon fell unconscious. Return. It was a great battle, smiled Ash. With more training I am sure your Pokemon will be even stronger. Yeah, I guess so, said the boy as he reached out to shake Ash's hand. The boy was dressed in dark blue shorts with a light blue t-shirt with mousy brown hair. The two trainers had came across each other on their journey, however, unlike Ash, the boy was planning on battling in the Pokemon League in 10 months' time. It had been a week since Ash left Cerulean City and the boy was slowly making his way toward Vermilion City so that he could once again switch out his Pokemon. Ash's Pokemon have leveled up significantly since then, as well. Oddish could now use Tackle, Poison Powder and Stun Spore. While Rhyhorn and Pikachu have perfected Shock Wave but are struggling to learn Iron Tail. Pidgey now knew Gust. The boy had fought many battles now. He had battled A.J and his Sandshrew, but lost. However, Ash realizes that he can't win every battle and A.J was the motivation he needed to get even stronger. He and Pikachu then went on to find a Pokemon Academy that guaranteed entry into the Pokemon League without having to travel around doing gym battles. Although, the students there soon learnt that not everything can be taught in school. Ash had yet to catch any more Pokemon since his capture of Poliwag, his water Pokemon, but the boy always kept a lookout for wild Pokemon to add to his team. After Oddish's battle, Ash began to walk deep into the forest, compass in hand. Nevertheless, this didn't stop Ash from getting lost. As the boy sat down reach a stream to take a break. At the stream, Ash watched as a wild Oddish drank the fresh, cool water. With a smile, Ash released his Pokemon, come on out guys. In a flash-off light 5 Pokemon appeared beside the stream, scaring the wild Oddish and causing it to run off. Unsurprisingly, Ash's Oddish chased after it wanting the company of its fellow Pokemon species. Suddenly, a green and blue Pokemon jumped between the two weed Pokemon, growling angrily at the tamed Oddish. Hey, what was that for? Ash shouted, then his eyes widened as he realized that it was a wild Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur were hardly even found in the wild, especially because they were the popular starter Pokemon for the Kanto region, and were mostly bred to become the Pokemon of a trainer. This Bulbasaur had red eyes and a flower on its back that would open when the Pokemon evolved. I'm sorry, Ash said, lifting his hand in the universal sign of surrender. I didn't mean to frighten that other Oddish, my Pokemon just wanted to play. Bulbasaur soar, grunted the Pokemon and it sounded to Ash as if the Bulbasaur was lecturing him. Sorry, Ash laughed as he rubbed the back of his neck guiltily. Bulba, said the Pokemon and then it ran off with the wild Oddish. Odd, exclaimed Ash's purple-weed Pokemon as it jumped to its feet and ran after the Bulbasaur and Oddish. Oddish, wait, the Pokemon's trainer called after it but the Pokemon didn't listen. Pidgey, follow Oddish. Pidgey, said the small bird Pokemon as it leapt into the air. Rhyhorn, Mankey, Zubat return, commanded Ash and then he and Pikachu quickly took off after his wayward Oddish and flying Pidgey. The boy was led across a very unstable rope bridge and along a sandy path surrounded by trees. However, as Ash continued he soon felt his foot catch on something, but as he moved to look he was suddenly hoisted up into the air. Dirty, brown ropes rubbed against Ash's flesh as he clutched hard at the net he now sat inside. It was a trap. A trap that Ash had stupidly fallen for. Wriggling around in the net, Ash reached for one of his red and white Pokeballs. Zubat, he said. Use bite on the ropes. Zubat, squeaked the bat Pokemon and immediately it began to chew through the thick rope. Its sharp teeth hacked away at it until, finally, snap. Ash and Pikachu tumbled from the trap, their limbs flailing as they fell from the air. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ash cried, rubbing his backside as Pikachu mimicked him. Oh no, are you okay? Called an unfamiliar voice as somebody came rushing towards Ash and Pikachu. As the figure got closer, Ash saw that it was a had blue hair that was tied into a plait down her back and wore red dungarees with a pink shirt. I'm fine, responded Ash. Hey, have you seen an Oddish following a Bulbasaur and another Oddish? Oh, so it's yours, said the woman as she folded her hand together. Come this way and I will show you. As she led Ash and Pikachu to the clearing, the blue-haired woman began to say, My name is Melanie and I look after Pokemon that are injured or abandoned by their trainers. So it is like you are a Pokemon doctor and, where you take care of the Pokemon, is the Pokemon Center, Ash theorized as he stepped into a grass clearing with a small wooden cabin. There was a pond beside the clearing where a Magikarp and Stereo were swimming and playing. Aparas, Caterpie and Weepinbell were cheerfully running around, laughing and chattering away. Oh no, said Melanie in a soft voice that was thick with some sort of a scent. If anything, it is more like a Pokemon health. Pokemon don't battle with one another here, they relax and enjoy themselves until they are better and want to leave. I collect the plant and herbs that can heal them and know with can make a Pokemon feel stronger or heal cuts. Cool, Ash said and then paused in deep thought. Can you teach me? Please. Melanie smiled, of course. Oh look, there is Bulbasaur and May Oddish, exclaimed the black-haired boy as he Pokemon to the place where the two Pokemon had emerged. Then the boy knelt down beside the purple-weed Pokemon and scolded, Don't ever run off again, we were all worried about you. The Bulbasaur that now stood a little ways away from Ash's Oddish gave the boy a strange look, as if the Pokemon could not understand why Ash was being nice to his Pokemon. Odd, Oddish, muttered the grass and poison-type Pokemon as it blushed slightly. Bulbasaur volunteered to guard our whole village, started the blue-haired woman. It protects all the injured Pokemon when enemies try to attack them. He doesn't really like Pokemon trainers though. Why not? Asked Ash, confused at the glare Bulbasaur was sending him. I do not know for sure, but I believe that Bulbasaur's trainer abandoned it, like many of the other Pokemon I have cared for, Melanie reasoned. Ash stayed at the hidden Pokemon village for a week learning about the herbs that could heal both humans and Pokemon and about the food that were eatable. For instance, Ash learnt that belladonna was used as a sedative and elderberry was used to stop infections and reduce pain. The black-haired boy was even taught how to make Pokemon food from the specific berries that each Pokemon liked. For example, normal-type Pokemon such as Raticate liked the dry, nutty flavor of Chesto Berry, whilst rock-type Pokemon preferred Rost berries which were bitter. The last day of Ash's stay with Melanie and the Pokemon, everything was peaceful. Ash had just finished washing Stereo and feeding the other Pokemon when suddenly two very familiar voices sounded from above Ash, Melanie and the Pokemon. Prepare for trouble, shouted Jessie as she stood on a large gray machine that floated in the air above the hidden Pokemon village. She was posed with her arm in the air pointing towards the sky. Better make that double, continued James as he mimicked Jessie's pose with a red rose in his left hand. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jessie. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. Now, give us your Pokemon, demand Jessie. The small village was now shadowed by the machine that was hovering above them, and then with a big bang, that caused the air around the large device to lash out, they landed in the trees just next to the village. Not again, groaned Ash. Pika, groaned Pikachu, sadly agreeing with Ash. This is the Team Rocket Stadium and none of your Pokemon will be able to handle it, announced Jessie as the talking Meowth pressed the green button on the remote. With a metal plate on the side of the stadium lid open and the tube emerged from within it. Then with a massive amount of suction, Jessie continued, all Pokemon are now invited into the stadium. All of the Pokemon at the small health center struggled to fight against the powerful pull of the hose. Quickly Ash shouted for everyone to get into the cabin and helped grab some of the Pokémon that were being pulled into the large, gray stadium. Unfortunately, Ash could not stop the wild Oddish as it flew at high speeds, however Bulbasaur's vine wipe easily grabbed onto the Pokémon. The black-haired boy immediately went over the struggling Bulbasaur and began to push against the Pokémon to help it into the cabin. Then Melanie slammed the door closed, leaving the suction of the hose useless. "That rotten brat, this is the second time he has ruined our plans," grumbled Jessie. When it appeared that Team Rocket were not going to give up, Bulbasaur appeared on the roof of the cabin, gripping into the wood to stop itself from moving. It then began to use Vine Whip on the hose. During this time, Ash had left the cabin and called Pidgey out of it Pokeball. "Use air cutter, Pidgey." The small bird fought against the air as it continuously cut into it, but nothing worked. The hose just continued to pull air into the hose in an attempt to get Pokémon. Ash gritted his teeth not knowing what to do, however as he reached for Pidgey's Pokeball to return the Pokémon, it began to evolve. It glowed a brilliant white and then as the glow dissipated in the place of a small, brown and cream-feathered Pidgey was Pidgeotto with a red mane and red and yellow tail feathers. "Alright," exclaimed Ash. Pidgeotto use Gust. As the two air attacks collided, each from different directions, a tornado formed in the middle and went spiraling towards Team Rocket, flinging them and the stadium into the air. The odd team then left shouting, "Looks like Team Rocket is blasting off." Chapter 7. Ash had been surprised when Bulbasaur wanted to go with him, but happily battled and caught the Pokémon. However, the black-haired trainer was once again frustrated when the Pokeball vanished from his hand and an empty one appeared on his belt. He would have to wait until he got to the next city to start training Bulbasaur. Once again Ash found himself in a forest whilst heading to the next city. With his newly purchased binoculars, he searched for new types of Pokémon to add to his teams but sighed when he found nothing but Spearows. These red and brown bird Pokémon seemed to be everywhere. Of course, this did not deter the 10-year-old boy and his Pikachu, who sit happily on his shed gazing into the bushes of the forest. The wind made the leaves shiver and the clouds above the two were slowly growing darker with the promise of a storm. It would be the first storm of Ash's journey and the boy was hoping to make it to the Pokémon Center before it starts. "Pika," muttered the yellow mouse Pokémon with concern as it turned its eyes towards the sky. "I know," replied the Pokémon trainer. "We will have to get moving." Putting away his binoculars, Ash quickened his pace walking past a huge rock that stood on the side of the path. However, a slight movement from something on top of the rock caused the dark-haired boy to freeze. In what was left of the daylight that was supplied by the slowly disappearing sun, Ash glimpsed the orange dragon Pokémon that sat on top of it. The tiny Pokémon yawned loudly with its tail wrapped firmly around part of its body. It flames burning close to the fire-type's head. "A Charmander," whispered Ash's awe. Not only had he found a wild Bulbasaur but also a wild Charmander, which were very rare considering they are raised as beginner Pokémon. The thought was followed by another, Bulbasaur was only a wild Pokémon because it was mistreated by its owner, could this also be true for the petite Charmander in front of him? Ash had always wanted a Charmander, in fact, he had wanted said Pokémon as his beginner, but that did not turn out well. Ash looked up once more at the Pokémon, and was panting and coughing roughly. "He doesn't look very well, Pikachu," commented Ash matter-of-factly. "Pika Pie," agreed on the yellow Pokémon. "Hey Charmander, what are you doing up there?" questioned Ash in a soft, soothing voice. He had read a book that Pokémon responded well when you did 3 things. 1. If they were smaller than him, crouch down to their level. 2. Look them in the eyes. 3. Talk to them gently. This Ash supposed was very much like how adults dealt with children. He remembered how, when he was upset, his mother would fall to her knees, look him in the eyes and give him kind reassurances. Obviously, however, this method did not work with everyone as the Charmander didn't even glance at the black-haired trainer. The next thing Ash did was send Pikachu up to the orange Pokémon, however, that idea, just like his first, accomplished nothing as the Pokémon ignored the yellow mouse as well. When Pikachu had returned to Ash's side, shaking its head in a way that told Ash that not even he could get through to the Charmander that sat as still as a statue staring into the distance. "Okay, what do you think Pikachu, should I try to catch him?" Ash asked uncertainly, wondering what the Pokémon would think if the trainer suddenly threw a Pokeball at it. Pika, the mouse Pokémon agreed. So with a nod, as if confirming his actions with himself, Ash pulled a Pokeball from his belt and enlarged it. Then with perfect aim, the boy released the boy from his hand, where it shot towards the sick-looking Pokémon. However, with a sudden burst of energy that Ash was sure that the Pokémon should not be able to have, the small orange Pokémon swung its tail like a baseball bat and sent the ball hurtling back down its pitcher. So much for that idea. With a sigh, Ash looked up into the sky, noticing that the storm was growing closer and closer. If he did not get the orange dragon Pokémon to move from the rock and toward some shelter soon, then it will likely die. That was it. Ash's mind began to work at 10 times its normal speed as it thought of the quickest and most efficient way to help the Charmander. He glanced around, turning in a circle as he took in everything around him. From the small rocks laying on the ground to the large tree branches that had been broken by Pokémon or previous storms. His idea was a simple one: if Charmander would not go to the shelter, then Ash would bring the shelter to Charmander. "Come on out, everyone," Ash called as he threw all of his Pokeball into the air. In a burst of white light, 5 Pokémon of all shapes and sizes emerged from their temporary homes inside of the small red and white ball, each announcing their names as they were summoned. "Okay, Pikachu and Oddish, I need you to try your hardest to dig holes in the ground where I marked X. I know it is not in your ability sets, however you two have the highest probability of learning how." The 2 Pokémon quickly nodded their heads in agreement and followed Ash as the young trainer began to mark 7 X's into the dry dirt. "Dig as deep as you can, but move quickly. Pika." Oddish. A little while later found all 6 Pokémon participating in some way to help Ash build the shelter around the weakened Charmander. With Pidgeotto and Mankey using Wind Cutter, Scratch and Fury swipes to cut large branches from trees, Zubat flying around gathering small branches with leaves on, and Rhyhorn carrying the heavy pieces of wood to Ash, who would then struggle determinedly to place the wood into the holes that Pikachu and Oddish had dug. All the while the Charmander watched the group in admiration. The Fire-type Pokémon had never seen a Pokémon work so well with their trainer, especially with his trainer. Instead of berating the tired Pokémon if they took a break, the trainer simply smiled and said that it was okay to take a break, or enthusiastically encouraged them to go on. Yes, Charmander had become fascinated by the black-haired trainer. By the time the group was finished, they were exhausted and the storm was almost upon them. So, instead of making their way to the Pokémon Center as originally planned, Ash called his Pokémon back into their ball, with the exception of Pikachu, and ducked into the shelter along with the fire type. Suddenly the wind began to pick up and the clouds darkened even more as rumbling could be heard in the distance. The shelter that was constructed in a little over half an hour creaked and shuddered, but held together. Then the rain poured down as thick as drapery. Pikachu's cheeks began to spark, lighting up the darkness around them as the Charmander's pants turned into wheezing sounds. Instantly Ash went towards the small Pokémon and reached out to touch him cautiously. To Ash's relief, the Pokémon let him press his hand against its orange skill, however Ash's relief died as quickly as it came. The fire Pokémon was cold, yet its skill was clammy with sweat. "Pikachu, go into my bag and get 1 Pasho berry and a citrus berry," Ash asked as he stripped off his jacket and placed it over the ice-cold Pokémon. "Pika Pika." As the small electric mouse handed Ash the 2 berries, Ash thought back on some of the things that Melanie taught him. A citrus berry with a lumpy yellow berry with light orange spots with a well-rounded flavor, whereas a pasho berry was a small, circular blueberry. With some encouragement, the Charmander ate both berries and drank a quarter of Ash's water supply. Not that the boy minded, as the Pokémon was not far from where they had decided to camp when the storm calmed down. By the time the storm had passed, it was early morning, and Ash was glad to see that the flame on Charmander's tail had begun to burn more brightly than the young trainer had seen before. When he stepped out of the makeshift shelter, the boy stretched and cracked his back. He had stayed up all night keeping a watchful eye on both the ill Charmander and the unstable roof above his head, although now he wished he had gotten some sleep. Once again Ash fed the Charmander the 2 berries that he had given the Pokémon the night before. As Charmander finished devouring them hungrily, Ash crouched down onto his knees and said, "Hey Charmander, I know you don't want to leave here, but don't you think it will be better to come back when you are feeling better?" The Fire-type Pokémon just looked up at the boy sadly. "You know, if your trainer did not come to get you during the storm, he may not come back," whispered Ash gently, trying not to upset the Pokémon further. "Char," whimpered the orange Pokémon with resignation. It was then that Ash and Pikachu knew that the Pokémon was waiting loyally for its trainer in the storm, and that the Pokémon finally seemed to understand that said trainer was probably never coming back. "You know," Ash spoke lightly. "Not every trainer is like that dash." Pie, Pikachu nodded readily. "You can come with us if you like." The boy pulled out the Pokeball that he had tried to originally catch the Pokémon in. "You don't have to if you don't want to," the young boy said quickly, trying to reassure the Pokémon that he was not trying to push it into decisions. Silence enveloped the small group of 3 as Ash and Pikachu waited with bated breaths, frozen in their spots as if they thought that one harmless move would dissuade the Charmander into joining them on their journey. The Charmander stared at the red and white ball, it mind-churning as it thought about its other trainer. About how his trainer had never encouraged him the way Ash had with his Pokémon, how, according to Damian, he was a weak Pokémon that was a waste of his time. Memory after memory flashed before the Charmander's eyes, the last few being of the trainer in front of him. About how the young boy built the shelter and fed the Pokémon the correct food. In the end it was those memories that compelled the orange Pokémon to reach forward and press the button on the Pokeball. The ball sprang open and the Charmander was engulfed in a white light, pulling him into the warmth of the red and white ball. No one would know that the Charmander was smiling happily as he welcomed the warmth, however, that did not matter, because Ash was wearing an identical one. "Don't worry," the black-haired boy said. "I'll take great care of you." With that said, the ball vanished only to appear in Professor Oak's lab, where the Charmander would be healed. Chapter 8 Damian. With Charmander safely in the hands of Professor Oak, Ash continued on his way to Vermilion City. He trudged down that paths that was now muddy and damp from the rain of last night's storm. From where he was now, he could see a Pokémon Center, which looked more like a cabin than a place that deals with the health and well-being of a trainer's Pokémon. Yet Ash was not one to complain because, after spending all night outside, he desperately wanted to relax in front of a burning fire that will warm him to his bones. Finally, in the warmth of the Poke Center, the first thing that Ash did was seek out a phone in order to call the professor and inquire about his newly caught lizard Pokémon. According to Professor Oak, it would be a little while before the Charmander will be healthy enough to join the black-haired boy on his journey. The fire-type Pokémon was extremely weak and sick. After the video call ended, Ash gave his Pokémon to the Nurse Joy of yet another Pokémon Center and took a seat in front of the blazing fire. He sat there for a while, letting himself be submerged in the heat and the flickering yellow and orange flames dance across his closed eyelids. It was in the moment that he heard them talking from the other side of the brilliant, burning blaze of hotness. "That puny thing was so weak it couldn't even beat the weakest opponents," gloated a boy with a thick accent. This boy, who was slightly older than Ash, had hair as blue as sapphires. Yet, if what the black-haired boy was hearing was correct, then the boy had a soul as black as coal. "So, what did you do with it?" questioned one of the other boys that had gathered around to listen. This one had ocean blue hair that was spiked up on top of his head. "I left him on a rock in the forest and told him I would be back." "I bet that stupid thing is still there," the other boys laughed as they heard about what had been done to their friend's Charmander. Ash, not being able to hold back his emotions, slammed the palms of his hands into the white marble table in front of him. He immediately regretted doing it as he felt a stinging sensation travel from his palms to his elbows. Standing up, he flexed his hands in an attempt to relieve himself of the feeling and began to walk towards the sapphire-haired boy. 3 other boys were around him laughing, but that did not intimidate Ash as he took small measured steps towards the group. And you call yourself a Pokemon trainer? Ash sneered, his face twisting in disgust. Excuse me, exclaimed the boy. Do you want to fight or something? The boy and his friends each grabbed a Pokeball from the pike that was on the table in front of them, preparing themselves for an attack. The black-haired boy snorted, "No, I don't want to fight you. Do you want to know why?" "It's because you know you can't beat Damian," laughed the brunette-haired boy who wore a bright red t-shirt. "Actually," Ash drawled, "I know I can beat Damian because I am not the type of trainer that blames my weaknesses on my Pokemon. Is it not a trainer's role to make their Pokemon stronger, not to abandon them when you can't be bothered to follow through?" H stared at the boys, watching as Damian trembled with poorly concealed rage. "Although," Ash continued, "I should probably thank you." "Oh." Damian grounded out. "Yeah," Ash smirked. "Because if it wasn't for you, I would not have caught a Charmander today." The black-haired boy felt his smile widen as the other boy's face began to twitch in anger. He then turned his back on the group of four and walked away. From somewhere behind him, Ash heard one of the boys comment, "At least you don't have to waste your time with that weak Pokemon, right Damian?" Smash! By lunchtime, Ash had learned that Damian and his gang had left the Pokemon Center, much to his relief. So, he retrieved his healed Pokemon from Nurse Joy and led them all outside. It was there that they continued their training. Due to the limited area that Ash had, the boy had his Pokemon running suicide drills, push-ups and sit-ups. Then after a short break to replenish their energy, the black-haired boys set out in search of more Pokemon and Vermilion City. Chapter 9: The Squirtle Squad. During this training session, Ash began to have his Pokemon carry out mock battles. While one Pokemon is told what to do by its trainer, Ash, the other Pokemon is expected to use its initiative and training in order to beat its opponent. The first match was Pikachu and Ash versus Mankey. Despite the fact that Mankey fought well, dodging at the right moments and moving into attack when there is an opening, the fighting-type Pokemon succumbed to Pikachu's thunder and collapsed defeated onto the ground beneath it. Ash was pleased with the team that he was currently training as they now excelled in speed, endurance, and strength. Therefore, he decided to make his way over to the next city in order to exchange his Pidgeotto, Mankey, Oddish, Rhyhorn and Zubat from new Pokemon that his had caught. So, when Ash packed up his camping site and continued down the road, with Pikachu on his shoulder, he did not expect trouble. Nor did he expect to fall into a hole, landing flat on his back, about 10 feet down. "Are you okay, Pikachu?" asked Ash as he pulled himself into the sitting position, taking note of the multiple scratches and possible bruises that are scattered around his body. "Pika Pi," the yellow electric mouse said, shaking the dirt from its golden fur. It was then that the black-haired Pokemon trainer heard laughter and the distinctive sound of "squir, squirtle, squir." The sound was located above the boy, and as he looked up to the entrance the culprits were easily seen. There, standing around the opening of the trap Ash and Pikachu found themselves in, was 5 Squirtles. 4 of which wore circular, dark sunglasses and the 5th wore cat-eye sunglasses. This slight difference in how the 5th Squirtle presented itself, suggested to Ash that he was the leader of this group. "Hey!" Ash shouted as the gang of Squirtles disappeared. "Where are you going? This isn't funny." As their laughter could no longer be heard, the black-haired boy sighed in resignation. He will have to find a way out of this hole on his own. Unfortunately, this was a moment where Ash wished he had Bulbasaur so that the Pokemon could use Vine Whip to pull him up. However, he didn't, and there was no use in crying over spilled milk, or, in the case, bad timing. He could have Zubat and Pidgey fly him up, however, each Pokemon was fairly small and he worried that it would be too much strain on them. Especially, since they had been training only a short time ago. No, Ash would have to get out of this situation himself. In the end, Ash had to climb out of the large literal hole that he had found himself in. It had been his only choice. So, once he reached the top and hoisted himself over the edge, Ash stood up. The boy tried to catch his breath and, as he did, he could hear sirens in the distance. The noise got louder and louder until the source skidded to a stop directly in front of the boy. There straddling a police motorcycle was Officer Jenny. Or, at least, she looked just like the last Officer Jenny he had met, with teal blue hair and hot pink-red eyes. Apparently, there are 9 Officer Jennys who are identical and have the exact same name. Just like there were multiple Nurse Joys. "I see you ran into the Squirtle Squad," the officer said, eyeing the hole that Ash had just pulled himself from. "The Squirtle Squad?" Ash frowned in confusion. "A Pokemon gang?" "Yes, they are all Squirtless that have been abandoned by their trainers. They just run wild and pull pranks on everyone in town," she explained. "Abandoned," Ash's mind whispered. "I am beginning to see a trend," the boy muttered under his breath. It seems that every beginner Pokemon that he had come across was abandoned some way by their previous trainers. Are people really that cruel and heartless to these amazing creatures? Making his way into town, Ash soon realized that there was no Pokemon Center. However, there was a small medical store that sold potions for Pokemon. So he decided to take a look, hoping that he may find something useful from his Pokemon to use during his travels. "Hello," Ash called out as he pushed open the door, only to freeze in the fear. Ash and Pikachu found themselves staring at 4 men, each of whom were pointing guns at him. "Sorry about that, lad," one of the men said as he dropped the gun down to his side. "We were just robbed by some people, claiming they are going to take care of the Squirtle Squad." As Ash nodded his acceptance of the apology, his mind began to work with the information he had just received. Criminals were going after the Squirtle Squad and he had to stop them. After asking the men a couple of questions about where he might find the gang of water Pokemon, the black-haired trainer found his way to the police station and somehow ended up on the back of Officer Jenny's motorbike. She had offered to give him a ride in order to find the gang of Pokemon and, if anything illegal was amiss, the female reserved the right to enforce the law. It was not long until Ash and Officer Jenny found a small entrance that leads to where the Squirtle Squad were staying. The entrance was a small gap in the side of a mountain. The passageway was too narrow for an adult, but a child like Ash could probably squeeze through. So he did. He crouched at the entrance and pushed his back against the left side of the wall. Slowly, on the ball of his toes, Ash shuffled along the small tunnel. For a while all that the boy could see was darkness. It was the darkness that seemed to get thicker and thicker with every step he took. Feeling like there was no end in sight, the young boy considered turning back if only to get a touch, yet the boy carried on. Eventually, his eyes became used to the impenetrable blackness and Ash could then see the ground in which he was walking on. Ash did not know how long he was in that passageway, but he was relieved to find light and fresh air beaming from cracks in the stones. It appeared as if large rocks had tumbled down in front of the exit. Ash tested all of the rocks until he found a loose one that did not seem to be important in preventing the rest from collapsing. So, with one sure push, Ash was free from the darkness that surrounded him. Upon entering the Squirtle Squad's cave, Ash spotted someone, or rather something among the 5 water Pokemon. It was a Meowth. A talking Meowth. Suddenly, there was an explosion and 2 voices spoke from the smoke. "Prepare for trouble, and make that double," Ash frowned when he realized it was the crazy pink-haired woman, Jessie, and the blue-haired man, James. However, as they continued their motto, the boy realized that this time they were standing inside a Meowth air balloon with a grass-green basket. Each of them carried explosives in which they aimed at the Squirtle Squad. "Meowth," Jessie shouted from the balloon, getting the attention of the talking cat Pokemon. "We might as well take that Pikachu while we are at it." She then threw another explosive which sent Ash and Pikachu flying back. However, while the boy's back slammed into the wall of the mountain, Pikachu rolled to a stop beside him. Meowth then grabbed the defenseless yellow mouse Pokemon and stuffed it into a bag with 3 of the Squirtle Squad. "Everyone takes cover," Ash shouted as Team Rocket continued to throw explosives at them. As one of the Squirtless ran with Ash to cover, the boy turned around and saw that the other Squirtle, the leader, was stuck on its back. So abandoning all sense of self-preservation, Ash ran out into the open, pushing the Pokémon onto its legs, leading it back into the caves. The three of them then made their way through the tunnels, going upwards as they went. The boy was relieved to find that he had taken the right passageways as he appeared on the top of the mountain that Team Rocket were flying up. "All right, Squirtle," Ash exclaimed. "Use water gun on that balloon." Then the boy called out Pidgeotto and Zubat, ordering them to take the bag filled with Pokémon from the talking Meowth. The tiny turtle Pokémon's water gun was so strong that it caused the air balloon to burst. Then the two flying-type Pokémon snatched the brown fabric bag from the cat Pokémon, flying them safely to the ground beside Ash. Meanwhile, Team Rocket screamed as the balloon began to move with jagged motions, shooting away into the distance. Ash thought it was strange when he heard the three shout, "It looks like Team Rocket is blasting off again." After the incident with Team Rocket, Ash and Pikachu were once again on their journey towards Vermilion City. It was not long before the black-haired trainer realized that he was being followed by one of the Squirtlets. "Squirt, Squirtle," the Pokémon shouted pleadingly. Ash smiled slightly and turned to look at the turtle. "Would you like to come with us?" The Pokémon nodded and took its cat-eyed sunglasses off, revealing burning red eyes beneath them. They were the eyes of a Pokémon that lusted for adventure and desired for a strong, kind trainer. Ash's smile grew wider and he held out his Pokeball to the water Pokémon. In turn, Squirtle pressed the white button and vanished into the Pokeball. "I will see you soon," the boy spoke as the red and white ball in his hand transported itself to Professor Oak's lab. Chapter 10: The Exchange. It has been months since Ash had left Pallet Town to begin his Pokémon journey, and, according to the plan he made before he left, Ash was ahead of schedule. With 13 Pokémon caught and 6 of them trained to the boy's current desired level, all he needed now was to exchange his Pokémon. As the sun began to set, Ash and Pikachu found their way to a beach. The light breeze whispered past him and crashing against the shore, small waves washed seaweed onto the land. Untouched golden sand covered the ground beneath his feet as the cool, salty air filled his nose. It has been a while since he had been to the beach. Hearing a clicking sound down by his feet, Ash and Pikachu looked down to see a small crab-like Pokémon scuttling between his legs. Slowly, the creature scurried away, giving the boy just enough time to scan it was his Pokédex. "Krabby," the mechanical voice of the handheld machine said, "this Pokémon live on the shore. Its average height is 16 inches. Ash decided to leave this Pokémon alone for now. After all, he still has 9 other Pokémon to train. So, as Ash watched the sun go down, he set up camp just beyond the tree line. He then instructed them on what they needed to improve on, this time taking both Pidgeotto and Zubat aside for a mock battle. On this occasion, Ash would be giving orders to Zubat, while Pidgeotto had to use its initiative. "Zubat," Ash shouted. "Start off with Supersonic." Sound waves rippled through the air towards Pidgeotto, who dived to the ground in order to avoid the attack. Pidgeotto retaliated with Sand Attack, however this did very little as Zubat was a blind Pokémon and would not be affected by sand being in its eyes. "Zubat, use Bite," the trainer commanded, and the purple bat Pokémon shot towards Pidgeotto with impressive speed. Pidgeotto also decided to speed towards Zubat. The two Pokémon collided in a flurry of wings as one bit down hard on the other, while the other sent its strong beak into its opponent's stomach before the two eventually pulled apart. Sitting in the air, the bat Pokémon began to glow a blinding white light, as its form grew and changed into its evolved body. "Amazing," Ash muttered in awe. This was the 3rd time he had seen a Pokémon evolve and it still looked as beautiful as ever. When the glow receded, Zubat had become Golbat. A large bat-like Pokémon with small slit pupils and a massive mouth containing 4 sharp fangs. When scanned, the Pokédex said, "Golbat, the bat Pokémon." Attacking with its fangs, this Pokémon can drain 300 cubic centimeters of blood per bite. This Golbat is female and knows the moves Bite, Supersonic, Air Slash and Poison Fang. It was at that time that Ash realized that he had yet to scan Pidgeotto with his Pokédex. It said, "This Pokemon is very protective of its sprawling territorial area and will fiercely peek on any intruders. This Pidgeotto is female and knows the moves Tackle, Sand Attack, Air Cutter, Agility and Quick Attack." "That is great, Golbat, Pidgeotto," exclaimed the black-haired boy. "You two deserve a nice long break after working so hard. Go have fun for a bit, but stay close." The next day Ash and Pikachu awoke as the sun began to rise. The ocean waves seemed much stronger than the night before and the boy did not feel comfortable staying on the beach any longer, and neither did Pikachu. "Pika, Pika," the yellow electric mouse Pokemon said, pointing to a tall building at the edge of the cliff. "A lighthouse," Ash smiles as he stares at the dark town with a light circling the top. It did not take the boy long to travel to the lighthouse, but the closer he got to it the more hesitant he became. This lighthouse looked different from the other that he saw closer to Pallet Town and in pictures. The front door itself stretched far higher than Ash had ever seen, equaling almost threes the black-haired boy's size. Each door had multiple carvings of various Pokemon such as Scyther and Growlithe. Pushing the door bell, Ash did not expect ancient, ghostly chimes to echo through the building. Nor did he expect a chill to creep down his spine. Maybe he should just continue on his way before someone answered, the boy's mind whispered to him. However, before he could consider the thought further, a voice from the monitor said, "Who's there?" The voice sounded old yet confident, but with a hint of some else. "Sorry to bother you, sir," Ash apologized. "I am a traveler and was hoping that I could take shelter here until the ocean settles. I will be happy to help you any way I can until then." "Can you cook without using tofu?" the strange man questioned, causing the boy to frown in confusion. "A little bit. My mom taught me enough so that I could prepare myself meals while OB my journey," the boy responded. "That's good, my cook left on holiday and all I have been eating is tofu," cheered the man. Then the large oak downs groaned as they slowly began to open. Beyond the doors was a large hall with red carpet running up some stairs towards another doorway. There was no lights, thus casting the room in shadows and darkness, nor was there any furniture that Ash could see. The trainer and his Pikachu, though this was very odd, after all, who would need a room without anything in it? Ash walked toward the second doorway, asking as he went, "Would you mind if I borrowed your phone?" The voice replied once more saying that there was a phone right near him, and to Ash's surprise, there was. As he turned towards the space that he originally thought was empty, he allowed for the shadows to reveal the videophone that they had been hiding from the boy. "Thank you," Ash called back. The black-haired boy dialed Professor Oak and soon enough the screen in front of him flashed on. The image that greeted him was that of the elderly professor making himself dinner. "Sorry to disturb you, Professor," said the boy, who then scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "That is quite all right, Ash, I am just making dinner," the old man smiled at the boy. "It is quite a surprise to see you calling me, though. Where are you?" "I am at an old lighthouse, on top of a cliff." "I am not exactly sure where though," the boy answered the question, avoiding outright telling the profession that he had wandered off the trail to look for a good place to train. He did not want to admit that he was lost, even to himself. "Oh," the professor claps his hands together. "That must be Bill's lighthouse. He is a Pokemon researcher that knows even more than me, you should take the opportunity to learn from him while you are there." Ash nodded his head in agreement to the recommendation. "And by the way, Ash, did you know that Gary has already caught 45 Pokemon, the man informed the boy proudly. "In fact, look at his most recent catch." The man then turned the camera showing Ash a Krabby that was almost 5 times as large as the one that he saw at the beach. The boy felt jealousy and anger shoot through him like a bullet, but he convinced himself to calm down. After all, while 45 was an impressive number, Gary would not be able to train them all. However, Ash and his 13 Pokemon had plenty of time to improve and evolve together. Furthermore, it was not like he was limiting himself in how many Pokemon he will catch, he was just controlling himself more. The boy had already planned to catch enough Pokemon to create a third team, while training his second team. That means, that after he had trained the next batch of Pokemon he exchanges, Ash will have 16 Pokemon. That is great, Professor Oak, Ash signed. I was actually calling you to tell you that I am on my way to the next Pokemon Center in order to exchange some of my Pokemon. The elderly professor was his hand at the boy. Ash, there is no need to go to a Poke Center to change your Pokemon, your Pokédex has that ability. Just press the white button. What? Ash exclaimed as he flipped open his Pokédex and pushed the button. The screen then told him to select one of his Pokemon from his current team and one of the Pokemon at the lab in order to exchange. Why did you not tell me sooner? The boy questioned frustratedly. This is a word according to the English dictionary. Oops, Professor Oak chuckled. I guess I must have forgotten, sorry Ash. Sighing once more, Ash said to the professor, oh well, better late than never. I will talk to you later, sir. Bye. The screen turned itself off as Ash hung up the phone and began to select the Pokemon he wished to exchange. He sent Pidgeotto, Mankey, Oddish, Rhyhorn and Golbat to the lab and exchanged them for Metapod, Poliwag, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. He already knew that Metapod had the ability Harden, but he had no clue about his other Pokemon, so Ash decided to scan them. Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon. It has no arms but its tail makes it a strong swimmer. This Poliwag is female and knows that move water gun. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokemon. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell. This Squirtle is male and knows the moves tackle, water gun and withdraw. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. This Pokemon obviously prefers hot places and, when it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. This Charmander is male and knows the moves Growl, Flamethrower, Ember, and Smokescreen. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokemon. A strange seed was planted on its back at birth. The seed sprouts and grows with the Pokemon. This Bulbasaur is male and knows the moves Vine Whip, Growl, and Tackle. Okay guys, we are going to start training, Ash pumped his fist into the air enthusiastically. But first. Everyone return. Each Pokemon glowed and happily returned to their Pokeballs as Ash spun on his feet and walked further into the lighthouse. Hey, mister, he shouted as he went. I will cook you something to eat now. Suddenly, the lighthouse was filled with a brilliant yellow and the bulbs on the ceiling began to glow with energy. No need to shout, I am right here, the voice of the stranger, that Ash supposed was Bill, came from his left. Ash jumped and spun to face the man, however, it wasn't a man he ended up staring at. Instead, he saw a human-sized Kabuto, with a large brown shell and two glowing red eyes. Sir, is that you? Ash asked, unsure of what to make of the thing standing in front of him. Yes, it is me. I am Bill, a Pokemon researcher, Bill said, confirming the boy's suspicions, allow him to relieve some of the tension that Ash could suddenly feel on his shoulders. This is a costume, I am stuck inside it. Do you want some help? Ash asked as he made his way over to the Kabuto costume, already trying to work out how to remove the thing. Yes, just push the button under my arm, the man said with relief flooding his voice. The black-haired trainer did as he was told and watched as the costume's arms unlocked and fell to the ground. The front of the Kabuto suit fell forwards and the shell fell backward, revealing the man inside. Bill, as it turned out, was not old at all. In fact, he looked rather young, with moss-green hair and coal-black eyes. Ash could not help thinking that his lime-green tie looked horrid with his crimson-red suit. Thanks for helping me. I have been stuck in that costume since last night, the strange Pokemon research said. That's okay. I am happy to help, the black-haired boy smiled. Chapter 11. Ash and Bill talked for a long time about Pokemon. About those that are extinct and about the 150 out there waiting to be caught. The green-haired man spoke about how it was Ash's responsibility to catch all these Pokemon and, maybe, along with the way the young boy would find a new species. That was something Ash hoped he could discover. As it turns out, Bill is searching for a specific kind of Pokemon. He claims that it is that biggest Pokemon ever, yet no one has ever seen it. After brunch had been cooked and eaten, the sea had finally calmed down. Ash made his way back to the beach and began to train his newly acquired Pokémon from Professor Oak's lab. However, he could not help but think about Bill and what he had told the boy. He hoped that the strange youthful researcher would someday be able to find and befriend the large Pokémon that he searches for. The boy cannot remember how long he was on the road for, but he was glad to finally make it to Vermilion City. The city was relatively large compared to Viridian City, with more shops and people than Ash could even recall seeing in one place. The Pokémon Center was a red, gold and blue dome, with 2 Pokeball on top of it. These look a lot like eyes. The small plaque with the center's name on it was a nose and the doors were its mouth. Pidgeys and other flying-type Pokémon spoke to each other as they flew across the sky, landing in trees and perching on buildings. Inside the Pokémon Center, Ash stood in front of a dark wooden desk as he handed another Nurse Joy his Pokémon. This Joy, just like all the others, had pink hair and blue eyes. Wearing the nurse hat with a medical red cross on it and a tight white apron and dress. Suddenly, a boy's voice shouted, "Hurry!" The double doors of the Pokémon Center burst open to reveal a Clefairy pushing a badly injured Rattata. Said boy was directly behind the two with navy blue hair and red puffy eyes. Nurse Joy stood up in exasperation, her hands resting on her hips. "This is the 15th time this month that this has happened," she grumbled. Ash raised an eyebrow at the nurse hoping that she would expand on her statement, and she did. "They all lose to the Vermilion gym leader. This gym leader must be a great trainer in order to do this to that many challengers." Ash instantly felt glad that he decided to take a year for training first. If he did not, that it could have been Pikachu in the hospital bed. He shook his head, but why would a gym leader beat his opponents to such an extent, his mind whispered. A soft chime turned Ash's attention back towards the nurse. She smiled sweetly at the boy and explained, "That means your Pokémon are ready." Funnily enough, Ash saw Pikachu munching on an apple beside 5 of Ash's Pokeballs. The yellow mouse smiled to itself as it savored the taste, wondering if the Clefairy would give it another one if it asked. "Pikachu," the boy greeted his Pokémon as it finished the last of its snack. "Are you feeling better now?" "Pika," said the Pokémon, but it then turned to stare longingly at a Clefairy as it walked by. Ash chuckled and tapped the pink fairy Pokémon on its back, causing the kind nurturing creature to turn around. "Do you think you can get my Pikachu another apple? He is still hungry." The Clefairy nodded its head, yes, but, before it could leave to get the treat, all of Ash's Pokémon burst from their red and white homes. The boy laughed awkwardly as he scratched the back of his neck. "Could you make that 6 apples?" The fairy Pokémon agreed and quickly shuffled off as if scared the boy would make another request. The big pink Pokémon disappeared from the doorway of the storeroom. However, it returned shortly after with 6 shiny red apples cradled in its arms. "Thank you," the boy said. His Pokémon following suit. As Ash went to leave, another boy, Clefairy and injured Pokémon came rushing through the Pokémon Center doors. "Not another one," Nurse Joy groaned as she left her desk to help the Clefairy with their newest patient. Ash had a feeling that until the Indigo League ended, Vermilion Pokémon Center was going to have lots of patients delivered to them in much of the same fashion. Ash came and left Vermilion City quickly, not even staying 3 hours. After all, it wasn't like there was anything he needed to do besides heal his Pokémon, especially now he knows that his Pokédex can be used to exchange Pokémon. However, the black-haired boy left with a new goal in mind. Next year he was going to return to Vermilion City and beat this super-strong gym leader. Yes, next time he returns he will be strong enough to face such a formidable opponent. 2 weeks later, Ash had to question how he ended up in this situation. He now stood on the sandy beach on an island somewhere between Vermilion City and Porta Vista. All because the cruise ship he was on sunk into the depths of the ocean. Sunk to the seabed, just like the Titanic, with one exception. There were plenty of lifeboats when this ship went down, so when it was time to escape Ash found himself lone on the small wooden boat. By now, the Pokémon that he currently held were almost trained, yet the boy still had to catch 3 more Pokémon to establish yet another team. "Come on out, guys," Ash called out his Pokémon. It was in flashes of white light that the boy's 5 other Pokémon came forth. "It's time to train," he continued. The Pokémon signed. Even when stuck on a deserted island, their trainer always stuck to the exercising schedule that he created for his Pokémon. His dedication made them admire Ash all the more, although in situations like this it was hard to bring forth the energy to train. "Come on, guys. We won, get stronger if we don't stick to the training schedule," Ash encouraged, seeing the look on his Pokémon's faces. Ash's aim for this session was to finally get Metapod to evolve by having his other Pokémon attack it. Hopefully, this would work. "Okay, Metapod, I want you to use Harden in order to withstand the attacks that the others will throw at you." "Do you think you can do it?" the boy asked. Metapod made a sound of agreement as it glowed slightly, beginning to harden its cocoon. "Good, Pikachu, use Thunder on Metapod." The yellow mouse Pokémon did not hesitate for a second. It knew Ash has spent many nights reading books on how to naturally make you Pokémon evolve and get stronger. Pikachu trusted him. So, the Pokémon quickly sent a bolt of blinding thunder at its teammate. Metapod glowed and hardened again after the attack. "Poliwag," Ash called next. "Use Water Gun." Just like with Pikachu, the tadpole Pokémon was eager to please. After all, it is because of this trainer that it learned the moves Dig and Double Slap. "Good job, Bulbasaur, use Tackle." The Seed Pokémon charged the Bug Pokémon with speed that many people would not believe. Most thought that Bulbasaurs were relatively slow Pokémon due to the large bulb it carries on its back. However, with as much training as it has had, the Pokémon was happy to break the stereotype. Charmander, Flamethrower. The Fire-type Pokémon could now see the strain that Metapod was in as it struggled to harden its body to reduce the amount of damage dealt by their attacks. Maybe that is why it unconsciously reduced the power of its Flamethrower. "Squirtle, tackle Metapod," Ash ordered. Squirdash, the tiny turtle Pokémon, began to agree, but there was no need. In the moment that Ash completed making his command, Metapod began to glow, changing into a Butterfree. This Pokémon resembled a vaguely anthropomorphic butterfly with a purple body. It only has 2 body segments and 4 light blue legs. Ash scanned his newly evolved Pokémon. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. In battle, it flaps its wings at high speed to release extremely toxic dust into the air. This Butterfree is male and knows the moves Poison Powder, Gust and Sleep Powder. "Great work, Butterfree. I knew you could evolve," Ash smiled happily at the Pokémon. As day turned into night, strange sounds echoed in the forest and large bird-like Pokémon flew over the black-haired boy's head. For the first time since landing on this island, Ash questioned it. He wanted to know where he was and why the Pokémon were so large here. The forest stretched on for miles with no end in sight, yet the boy knew he could not stay on the beach any longer. It was too out in the open. Being there made him feel too vulnerable to an attack. So, Ash had to choose, go into the dark forest and face the unknown if he comes across it, or stays at the beach where the unknown is more likely to find him. He chose the forest. It will be there that he will find a safe place to sleep for the night. Ash slept through the night without any disturbances for the strange Pokémon that roamed the island. So, when the sun rose and the black-haired trainer and his Pikachu woke up, he was confused. He thought that the island of giant Pokémon was just a dream. Yet, now he realized that, no, it wasn't a dream. It was very much real. Walking deeper into the forest is all that Ash could think of doing to avoid the ginormous Pokémon that wandered free. Since waking up, Ash had seen a Pikachu and Charizard, both of which were the size of skyscrapers. It was while being chased by a jumbo-size Blastoise that Ash found a railway cart. He decided to jump in and find out where it will take him, hoping there will be other humans on the other end of it. At least it would be better than traveling the island by foot. Chapter 12, Tentacle and Tentacruel. Finally, Ash had made it to the beautiful town of Porta Vista. The beach was filled with people enjoying the sun that tirelessly beamed down on them. Blue and white buildings stretched as far as the eye could see. Since the incident with the giant mechanical Pokémon, Butterfree has learned Confusion, Bulbasaur Base learned Razor Leaf and Poliwag has learned Bubble. It was time to catch more Pokémon. Many people were playing on the beach. Moms sat on blankets, while dads taught their kids how to build sand castles or how to swim. Old couples sat in chairs eating ice cream and talking about the good old days. Everyone was there to have fun, and Ash could not help but succumb to the pull of the blazing sun and cool ocean. He and his Pokémon play in the water, cooling off their bodies and relaxing their muscles. After leaving the sparkling blue ocean, the white sand stuck persistently to their way dear. It seemed to get everywhere from between Ash's road to under his nails. While playing at the beach was fun for a while, Ash knew that he wanted to go to a few other places before the next boat to the mainland arrived. Maybe on the way, he could catch a Pokémon. However, Ash needed to be careful of what types of Pokémon he caught, as he already had their water types. It would be good if he came across a Slowpoke or Slowbro though. This is because he did not yet have any Psychic-type Pokémon. As Ash walked around the docks where he would be catching his boat, he noticed an injured Horsea sitting in the water. The dragon Pokémon then used ink on the water when it knew it has Ash's attention. The Pokémon free a picture with its ability. Before the picture faded, Ash could have sworn it looked like a tentacle or tentacruel. Why would horses show him this? In the distance, the boy heard a loud explosion and watched as the boat, that just left the dock, split in half. Red and orange flames billowed off the shop's white body that was sinking lower and lower. Black smoke fogged up the sky, covering the yellow ball of heat from Ash's eyes. Free members jumped overboard, trusting the water more than a sinking ship. Poliwag, Squirtle, I choose you, Ash called for his 2 water Pokémon. I need you to help those men while I get a boat. With no encouragement, the 2 brave Pokémon dives into the water as Ash ran to find a boat. Soon the boy was driving a speed boat as his Pokémon led the crew members to him. All 3 men looked half drowned and exhausted. Their damp clothes sticking to their bodies. Once the man was out of the water, one of them began to rave about needing to tell the boss. However, he was in no shape to do so, as his body was paralyzed with his arms above his head. Similar to the other crew members. Sailing towards shore, all Ash could do was wonder what had made the ship sink. The men were soon taken to the hospital, but Ash could not stop his curiosity. That is, until he went to visit the crew members in the hospital. It was there that the black-haired trainer came face to face with a small, orange-haired bag who ranted about the tentacle for ruining her business plans. You, she pointed her bony old fingers at Ash. You rescued my sailors. Yes, I did, Ash responded, trying to resist the urge to run. There was something wrong about that woman. She was the type of person that would do anything if it positively benefited her. Great, then you can take care of my little problem. I am sure you have the skill to handle a tentacle extermination project. No thank you, the boy said and walked away. The nerve of the woman, trying to hire him to kill Pokémon. No, he would not do that. He did not wish to hurt any Pokémon. This woman that Ash now learned was called Naztina, did not seem deterred by Ash's refusal and instead publicly advertised it in order to get people to do the dirty work for her. The boy decided he wanted nothing to do with what was going on and got out of the woman's way for the next 2 hours. That is until a short while later, Ash and the town saw a large black cluster of the tentacle and tentacruel in the water. Hundreds of the jellyfish Pokémon flooded the town, forcing the townspeople to hide in the buildings. What are we going to do? A man muttered worriedly beside the boy. Blue perfectly groomed hair clumsily hangs over a thin radiant face. Shining brown eyes set rooted within their sockets, watch wistfully at the chaos around him. His pale white skin turned paper by the moment. This is all our fault. We knew Naztina was building her hotel on the tentacle's home and we let her. Ash stated at the man, taking in his story as other townspeople nodded their heads or shouted their agreement. What are you going to do about it then? Ash questioned the man and the people around him. Those Pokemon are very angry and, if what you say is true, they won't stop until you feel the pain of losing your home too. I don't know, the man mumbled. He wrung his hands nervously, trying to conjure a plan. Then he would shake his head as if to discard it. Letting the man develop his own ideas, Ash stated out of the broken windows of their hiding place. He watched as the small Horsia he saw a few hours ago trying to communicate with the jellyfish Pokemon. However, its effort did nothing but have it attacked by the other water Pokemon and sent hurling into the air. Bulbasaur, go, Ash shouted as he called his grass-type Pokemon out. Use Vine Whip to catch Horsia. The small dragon Pokemon soon for itself wrapped in lush green vines that halted its descent and pulled into the building through the broken window. Good job, Bulbasaur, praised the boy. Return. I don't know about you people, but I have 6 Pokemon who are willing to fight the Tentacle and Tentacruel, the black-haired trainer said. He didn't even look at the people as he spoke to them, instead he distracted himself by cradling Horsia in his arms. I have a Slowbro and Cloyster, the blue-haired man who was previously talking said. I have a Poliwrath, another woman volunteered. My Krabby will fight, called another person. Then another person said, I have an Eevee. Then use them, shouted Ash. The boy then called all of his Pokemon out of their Pokeballs and asked them to drive the jellyfish Pokemon back into the water. Soon half a dozen other Pokemon joined them attacking the enemy Pokemon. The Tentacle, seeing a losing battle, quickly have into Ash's and the townspeople's Pokemon. Yet the Tentacruel did not. It attacked the boy's Pokemon sending one of its tentacles into Pikachu and Butterfree. It then pinned Squirtle and Charmander to the ground. The way this battle was going, the boy's Pokemon would not be able to win. Please stop, Tentacruel, shouted a familiar voice. It was the blue-haired man trying to talk with the Pokemon in front of him. Please, go back to the sea. Please listen, Tentacruel. This is enough. We humans understand that we hurt you. We won't destroy your homes anymore. We're sorry. Tentacruel dropped the Pokemon that he has clenched in its hold. Walking toward the ocean, the jellyfish Pokemon turned back towards the humans. The look sent clearly said that if something like this was to happen again they would suffer worse consequences. It would have been cool to catch one of them, Ash sighed as the boat he was on sailed away. They were water and poison types. Horsia. See, Ash heard as he wallowed in his loss. Horsia, what are you doing here? The boy gasped. The small Pokemon was swimming next to the boat, struggling to keep up its pace. Do you want to come along with us? He asked. The water Pokemon nodded its head, which gave Ash all the permission he needed to catch it. This wasn't exactly the type of Pokemon he wanted to catch, however, he was just as happy that Horsia was his. Chapter 13. Ash got off the large white cruise ship that had docked at Maiden's Peak. The boy could not contain his excitement. He had heard that some ghost-type Pokemon haunt this town and he definitely wanted to catch one. This is because he has yet to obtain a ghost-type Pokemon, along with an ice, psychic, rock, dragon, dark, steel and fairy type. To be honest, looking at this list of the Pokemon that he had yet to catch, the boy could see a lot of work ahead of him. However, this thought was not daunting, but rather a challenge that he was going to strive to achieve. When Ash arrived, a voice announced that the town was holding an end-of-summer festival. But that was not what the black-haired boy was interested in. No, he was far more enthusiastic about capturing his next Pokemon. Various stands were being set up in the town center, inviting the ship passengers to spend their money. One stand had eerie-looking clay masks that were as diverse as the cultures they originated from. Other stands had games that encouraged people to play, earning themselves the reward of a stuffed animal or goldfish. Multiple stands sold mouth-watering foods that made Ash's stomach grumble at the smell of them. Maybe he should have something to eat before he went Pokemon hunting. After all, if his stomach growled that loudly, the boy will be far more likely to scare Pokemon away. Floats and dancers paraded through the festival, throwing confetti into the air. Dozens of people cheered and clapped along with the music around them, smiling widely as they did. Many people wore funny hats, overly large necklaces and outrageously colorful clothes. The black-haired trainer found it hard not to give in to temptation and ended up buying 2 corn dogs and a toffee apple. However, the food, while unhealthy for him, did a good job at satisfying his hunger for now. There were also foods such as burgers, hot dogs, candy floss, chips, and donuts. If only he could eat it all. Yet, he couldn't, not without being sick anyway. After he finished eating, the boy walked towards an old shrine that some say is haunted by a maiden. This maiden was said to be waiting for her lover to return, but he never did, so her soul stayed forever. Ash believed that it was a ghost-type Pokemon, not a maiden that was doing the haunting. Walking through the older shrine, the floorboards creaked weakly, giving the place a ghostly vibe to it. The sky grew darker minute by minute as the trainer waited for a sign of the ghost. The moon shone a misty white. The cold wind gently brushed against Ash and Pikachu's cheeks, leaving the two with a rosy blush and chills crawling down their spines. "I am waiting for you," a woman's voice whispered longingly in the darkness. "I love you." Following the voice, Ash found himself walking towards the edge of a cliff. From below, the sea could be heard crashing against the sides of the cliff and against the tall stone carving before him. The wind suddenly picked up as it carried the same words on its back. "I am waiting for you. I love you," the voice whispered, but it was slightly louder now. Then from the stone carving of the maiden emerged her ghostly figure. She had long transparent hair that reaches towards her waist and wore a dress which had hems that brushed against her delicate ankles. As she hovered in front of him, he could see that her eyes were hollow, yet seemed to hold a strong yearning for, what Ash assumed, is the young sailor who never returned. Such a sad and pitiful ghost she was. That is, if she was a ghost, Ash thought as he took out his Pokédex and scanned the being ahead of him. "Gastly," the mechanical voice of Dexter said. "The gas Pokémon." Almost always invisible, the gaseous Pokémon cloaks itself from its target and puts it to sleep without notice. "I knew it," Ash smiled as he pocketed his Pokédex and wrapped his fingers around a red and white Pokeball instead. Since normal and fighting-type Pokémon have no effect on ghost Pokémon and bug and poison types are not very effective. Therefore, Ash could not use his Butterfree and Bulbasaur. That left him with Pikachu, Poliwag, Charmander and Squirtle. If he chose a water-type Pokémon to begin the battle and then switched it out for Pikachu, then he may be able to defeat the Pokémon. This, Ash thought, would be the best way, because if he could get his water-type Pokémon to hit Gastly with at least one water gun attack, then using an electric attack just after would increase the effectiveness of it. "Poliwag, I choose you," Ash shouted, calling forth his Pokémon. "Poliwag, use water gun." Instantly, a powerful burst of water erupted from the tadpole Pokémon's mouth. The blast caught Gastly by surprise, hitting it out of the air in which it floated. Yes, Ash's mind shouted. No matter what happened now, the boy's plan had been set into motion. The ghost Pokémon was now dripping wet. Gastly then transformed into a fire-breathing dragon Pokémon, scaring Poliwag back into its Pokeball. The ghost-type Pokémon laughed a deep cackle and began to taunt Ash and his Pokémon. However, the boy did not give up. "Pikachu, are you ready?" the boy asked. "Pika," the yellow mouse nodded as it jumped from its trained shoulder. "Don't let it transform and scare you," he said, grinding his teeth. "Use thunder and follow it up with quick attack." Pikachu quickly jumped into the air, releasing a strong wave of thunder that lit the night sky, before landing on its feet. However, Gastly had vanished before the attack could hit him, and Pikachu could not carry out his follow-up attack without knowing where the Pokémon was. The ghost-type Pokémon then appeared behind the yellow electric mouse and used Lick. This move sent a numbing solution into the Pokémon body, temporarily paralyzing it. The gas Pokémon took one look at the stiff Pokémon before it and then disappeared once more. It wanted to draw out the fun as much as possible, showing the trainer and his Pokémon that it was he, Gastly, that was the strongest. "Shake it off," Pikachu," the black-haired trainer shouted, slightly worried for his Pokémon. However, he needn't have worried, and Pikachu soon found the feeling in its fingers. When the electric-type Pokémon had full movement back, Ash called, "Use thunder all around you." While Gastly may be invisible, he is still somewhere close by. So, Ash took a leap of faith, and it turned out to be correct. As one of Pikachu's thunderbolts struck the ghost-type Pokémon, it immediately became visible, allowing for everyone to see it. "Use Shock Wave." Pikachu then shouted, releasing a wave of yellow power towards the ghost-type Pokémon, looking like a ripple in a body of water. It moved toward the Pokémon, hitting Gastly head-on, knocking the ghost Pokémon out. "Pokeball, go," Ash shouted, still pumped with adrenaline, as he tossed the red and white ball. Hitting Gastly, the ball burst open, causing a white light to encompass it. The light was then sucked inside, the ball slamming closed behind it. For a moment the white button flashed from red to white as the ghost Pokémon fought to get out. It couldn't. When the button on the ball turned white for the last time, the Pokeball vanished, appearing in Professor Oak's lab with Ash's other Pokémon. "Yes," the boy suddenly shouted into the silence. "We caught a Gastly. 2 more Pokémon to go and Team 3 will be complete." Pikachu, the Pokémon that leapt onto Ash's shoulder, cheered. After the catch of Gastly, the ghost-type Pokémon, Ash and Pikachu were eager to catch their last 2 Pokémon. This is because they would then be able to exchange Team 2 for Team 3 and begin training with new Pokémon. So the boy and his Pokémon left the Maiden's Peak early the next morning. On his way to Saffron City, Ash decided to take a detour through many forests and meadows in hopes of finding stray Pokémon and he would want to catch. The sun burned brightly through the trees as he walked, and it blinded him as he stepped out of a cluster of particularly the thick array of silver birch trees. The boy looked around him and found himself on the edge of a meadow with emerald green grass and the occasional white daisies. It was there that he saw a lone Bellsprout running through the grass. Butterfree, the black-haired trainer, called out his Pokémon. "Use Gust of that, Bellsprout." Butterfree's white and black wings fluttered furiously, sending sharp torrents of air towards the grass and poison-type Pokémon. This Bellsprout retaliated by using Vine Whip, but due to the amount of training that Butterfree has received, it dodged without any word for Ash. "Great," the black-haired boy praised. "Now use Sleep Powder." Butterfree spread its wings, discharging sparkling sleep powder from its body. It covered the flower Pokémon completely, causing it to slowly drift into a deep sleep, as it breathed in the powder. Collapsing onto the meadow ground, the bug-type Pokémon began to snore fitfully. "Pokeball, go," the black-haired, black-eyed boy shouted, throwing the ball at the sleeping Pokémon. Just like with his last capture Ash had made, the ball soon vanished after Bellsprout's fight had ended. "1 more to go." Ash shouted into the sky. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon, mimicked. Chapter 14: Gastly Problems. Ash and Pikachu continued their journey. As they passed through a dark, mysterious forest, they could not help but feel dread. Dread at the possibility that danger could lurk in every shadow or behind every they looked. Forward all they could see is blackness, and if the boy and his Pokémon looked back, the same blackness would be behind them. As if it were following them. The day grew darker and Ash began to wonder if he would ever get out of the forest. Hoot hoots and noctowls whispered calls through the tree leaves, and Ash found himself chanting, "Please find a way out soon," over and over again. The black-haired boy continued to step blindly until his foot caught something. Tumbling forward, Ash fell face first into the cold hard ground. Turning back, he expected to see a large rock a few feet from his legs. However, it wasn't. Instead, the boy saw a very angry Parasect. "Oh no," Ash groaned as he saw the bug Pokémon prepare itself to attack him. Quickly and carefully the boy summoned one of his Pokémon. The white glow receded to reveal the orange body of Charmander. "Charmander, use Flamethrower," Ash shouted as he climbed to his feet. Just as Parasect released its poison powder, Charmander let orange flames erupt from its mouth. The flames burned the poison in the air, stunning the bug Pokemon for just a second. Great, now use Flamethrower again. The Fire-type Pokemon sent another burst of flames towards the Mushroom Pokemon. The creature collapsed to the ground with stars in its eyes. He moves fast enough to grab a Pokeball from his belt and enlarged it. Pokeball, go, he said, throwing it at his soon-to-be Pokemon. This capture was the last one that he needed to exchange his Pokemon for a completely new team, and that is what he would do as soon as he got out of this forest. Much to his relief, the black-haired boy could finally see the entrance to Saffron City. Happiness swirled in Ash's chest as he was now comforted by the fact that he would not need to sleep in the creepy forest. Time to find the Pokemon Center, right Pikachu? Ash said. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokemon yawned its exhaustion. Yeah, we could both use a warm bed tonight, the boy smiled and stretched his arms above his head. The Pokemon Center was a tall square building painted red and white with massive letter P on its front. Lots of people were going in and booking rooms in order to stay the night. Inside, many Pokemon trainers sat around the fire or at tables eating their evening meals. Ash, decided to follow the same path as his fellow trainers, walked over to a large white desk that Nurse Joy sat behind. Her pink hair was tied back in exactly the same style as the Joy he met before this one and the one before that. Hello, Nurse Joy, Ash greeted the kind healer. Hello, young man, how can I help you? She asked, giving a closed-mouthed smile to the boy in front of her. I would like a room for the night and a meal for me and my Pokemon, the boy stated, watching as Nurse Joy typed his request into the computer. Yes, I see no problem with that, she said and handed him a key. You are on the second floor, room 13. Ash was then given a meal voucher with a sandwich printed onto it. If you go to the canteen and show it to the Clefairy working and you will be able to get you meals. After Ash paid the nurse and said his thank yous, he immediately went to the canteen. He blindly looked at the titles and descriptions of the food that he grabbed and placed onto the tray he had before him. On the tray, the sandwich he picked up looked particularly tasty, besides a packet of crisps and 2 pieces of fruit. When he got to the counter and presented the voucher to the Clefairy, the Pokemon quickly disappeared from sight. It reappeared shortly after with a bowl of specialized food for each of his Pokemon. Finally, the group filled their stomachs, not wasting time to savor the taste of the food in front of them. The next morning, Ash woke up and flipped open his Pokédex. Pressing the white button he selected Butterfree, Poliwag, Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle. This time he will be exchanging them for Magikarp, Horsea, Bellsprout, Gastly and Parasect. It took just a moment for the switch to occur. Time to start training, the boy said to his Pokemon. Quickly, Ash hazardously threw his clothes on, rushing down the stairs to the training grounds outside. As the black-haired boy released his Pokemon from their ball. He then raised his red and white Pokédex, listening to the mechanical voice, Magikarp, the fish Pokemon. In the distant past, it was somewhat stronger than the horribly weak descendants that exist today. This shiny Magikarp is female and knows the move Splash. Ash frowned at the Pokédex's commentary, catching a glimpse of his Magikarp as it bowed its head in shame. Don't worry, Magikarp, Ash told the fish Pokemon. We can teach you some moves and train you to increase your swimming speed. Magikarp smiled, Carp. Then the black-haired boy continued to listen intently. Horsea, the dragon Pokemon. Known to shoot down flying bugs with precise blasts of ink from the surface of the water. This Horsea is male and knows the moves Smokescreen, Leer and Water Gun. Bellsprout, the flower Pokemon. A carnivorous Pokemon that traps and eats bugs. It uses its roots to soak up needed moisture. This Bellsprout is female and knows the moves Vine Whip and Wrap. Gastly, the gas Pokemon. Almost invisible, this gaseous Pokemon cloaks the target and puts it to sleep without notice. This Gastly is male and know Lick, Spite and Confuse Ray. Parasect, the mushroom Pokemon. A host-parasite pair in which the parasite mushroom has taken over the host bug. It prefers damp places. This Parasect is male and knows the moves Poison Powder, Stun Spore, and Leech Life. Okay everyone, follow Pikachu, the black-haired boy announces. First we are going to run, swim or fly, and then we will do strengthening exercises after. Ready, let's go. Gastly snorted and, instead of training with the rest of the Pokémon, it turned itself invisible in order to stealthily following the Bellsprout. The flower Pokémon did not realize it was being shadowed until it heard a spine-chilling laugh coming from behind her. Bellsprout trembled to its roots as it slowly turned its head to face the thing that was behind her. Gastly, the ghost Pokémon snickered before it changed its body into a giant pair of shears. Sprout, the grass-type Pokémon shouted in fear, increasing its running speed. She shot past Ash and Pikachu with the shears right on its tail, snapping ominously at its stem. Ah! Ash cried out as he moved out of the way. Gastly stopped that. However, the ghost-type Pokémon refused to listen to the black-haired trainer. Ash sighed and began chasing after the gas Pokémon that was chasing Bellsprout. He continued to yell at the Pokémon to stop, but the more it disobeyed, the more frustrated Ash became. Until the boy decided to return the troublesome creature to its Pokeball. Now looking down at the ball in his hand, Ash sighed. "What is the matter with you, Gastly?" he questioned. After the incident with the ghost-type Pokémon, the rest of the training session went well. However, all the black-haired boy could think about was why Gastly would play up in such a way. Maybe he just enjoyed pranking other people. Or maybe he resented Ash for catching him the way the boy did. He didn't know what to think. So, when the training was over for the day, Ash went over to the Pokémon Center's videophone. He dialed Professor Oak's number and waited for the gray-haired man to answer. "Hello, Ash," the professor greeted. "I was wondering when you might call. Do you have good news?" "Actually, Professor, I don't," Ash sighed, depressed by the morning events. "You know that I exchanged my Pokémon this morning. Well, I am having a problem with Gastly." "Well Ash," the professor started rubbing his chin with his hand, expressing the fact that he was thinking. "I don't know what kind of problems you two are having, but it may be that you just need time to get to know each other. Talk to each other." "You're right," the black-haired boy said. "I won't give up yet." "That is great, Ash," smiled the old man. "Well, it is great to hear from you. In fact, I just spoke to the other trainers that left Pallet Town the same time as you. They all have 5 gym badges already. However, none of them have exchanged their Pokémon and spent as much time with them as you have." "Wow, really?" the black-haired train said in awe. "Everyone is doing so well." "You are doing really great Ash," the gray-haired man praised. "Although Gary has already caught 60 Pokémon." After the depressing conversation, Ash decided it was time to set out for his next bug adventure. So, saying goodbye to Nurse Joy and returning his key, he then walked down the dirt road with meadows on one side and trees on the other. Celadone City was a day's walk from where Ash was now. It was located in central Kanto. It is there that the black-haired boy will find his next warm bed and a videophone. Maybe next time he will call his mother. She was probably really worried about him. Besides, not that he would admit it out loud, but he really missed her. Strolling down the road, Ash heard the rustling of leaving and the crunching of sticks beneath an unknown creature's feet. Maybe this was his chance to bond with Gastly, by catching a new Pokémon together. Ash slowly reached for the occupied Pokeball on his belt just as a small, quadruped rodent-like Pokémon emerged from the bush. It was a light blue with darker spots and had large, shiny ears with teal insides. "Gastly, I choose you," the trainer said. The gas Pokémon appeared in a beam of light. "Want to try and catch a Pokémon?" the black-haired boy asked. Gastly stared at the unusual boy in front of him. It did not want to catch Pokémon, it wanted to be challenged and evolve. It wanted to be stronger than any other Pokémon, but did not see how a silly human could help with that. That is why it liked coming out with new ways to scare people. It made him stronger and aided him in improving his fighting strategies. Or at least that is what the ghost-type Pokémon believed. Gastly, the Pokémon shook his head and turned itself invisible in an attempt to avoid the human trainer. "URG," Ash protested. Then quickly returning the misbehaving Pokémon he said, "I guess you don't want to help catch a Pokémon either." While Ash may have given up on Gastly too quickly, the boy did not want to risk the Pokémon in front of him running away. So, weighing his options and thinking about what Pokémon would be best to fight it, Ash finally chose Parasect. "Parasect, I choose you." Parasect came out of the Pokeball with all the eagerness that Gastly did not have. "Parasect, use poison powder," the black-haired boy said. The parasitic mushrooms on the Pokémon's back glowed a dark purple before sparking powder burst from its body. However, as the attack launched itself at the Nidoran, the Pokémon opened its mouth showing two pearly white teeth. Unexpectedly, purple needles of poison exploded from its mouth, destroying the poison in the air, leaving the two Pokémon standing face to face. "Use Leech Life," Ash instructed. The bug-type Pokémon relaxed and allowed its body to glow a dark red, then sent the red mist inching towards the poison pin Pokémon in front of it. This attack caused the same parasitic mushrooms that grew on Parasect to start sprouting on their opponent's light blue body, weakening it. Stun Spore, came a two-worded order, and with one last attack, Nidoran dropped totty ground. Ash threw a Pokeball at the exhausted creature, observing as the white button flashed red before permanently staying white. "Excellent Parasect," said the trainer as he ran other to the Pokémon. "You helped catch your first Pokémon." The Pokémon blushed at the praise. Ash continued on his path, stopping about 2 hours later to train and then feed his Pokémon. The black-haired boy had all his Pokémon, with the exception of Gastly, running through the forest or swimming in the river. When their run was complete, he tied rocks to his water-type Pokémon and had his other Pokémon lifting rocks above their head, in order to improve their strength. Proceeding toward Celadone City, the only thing the black-haired boy could do to keep himself entertained was talk with Pikachu and count his steps. So, when Ash could see buildings towering towards the sky, he was thankful for the sight. He was so close and he had made it in just under a day, even with stopping for over an hour. Feeling dirty and sweaty from his trek, the boy now realized that he desires more than just a warm bed but a hot bath or shower as well. Chapter 15 Issues of Power. In Celadone City, life was much more fast-paced than Ash realized. Roads have cars constantly breezing by beeping their horns at those who attempted to cross them. Shops littered the streets displaying clothes, food, games and more to everyone who passes. One of the most popular stores was a perfume shop, which sold a variety of scents that were manufactured by Celadone City Gym. Not that the trainer was that interested in that sort of thing. Celadone City's Pokémon Center was small with 2 stories of guest rooms and a ground floor used to treat and heal Pokémon. The roof was sky blue with a blue and white Pokeball sitting on top. Surprisingly, there were not many Pokémon trainers going in or out of the center. Maybe it was due to the fact that it was only a short journey to Saffron City, where the prices were more affordable. At the Pokémon Center, Ash followed the same routine as before, purchasing a room and a food voucher. The black-haired trainer then went outside and called forth all of his Pokémon, ordering them to follow Pikachu's lead. Ash watched as Gastly once again ignored him, and began to pull pranks on his fellow Pokémon, both scaring and distracting them. The training session soon came to an end with Ash calling everyone back, excluding Gastly. The black-haired trainer's shoulders were slumped as he approached the ghost-type Pokémon and said, "I don't know what you want from me, Gastly. Do you not want to train and get stronger?" Gastly, the Pokémon nodded, finally listening to what the boy had to say. "Then why do you not want to train or fight in battles?" he questioned, waving his hands for emphasis. Gastly. Gas, the Pokémon tried to explain. "What?" Ash tilted his head in confusion as he tried to decipher what the gas Pokémon was trying to tell him. After Gastly repeated himself 2 more times, the black-haired boy understood. "You do not think this type of training will help you?" The ghost-type Pokémon nodded. "But it will," Ash exclaimed and dropped his backpack to the ground with a loud thud. From inside his bag, the black-haired boy pulled out 2 heavy books. "See, look at this," he said. The black-haired trainer then flipped through a book titled, Pokemon and the Strength They Really Hold, and showed Gastly a picture of another ghost-type Pokemon carrying out similar exercises. All Pokemon need to increase their strength, endurance, and speed, and there are only a certain number of exercises that can help them with this, the black-haired boy explained. "And look at this," shouted Ash as he pulled out his Pokédex. With Gastly hovering at his shoulder, Ash got up a list of his captured Pokemon and explained, Pidgeotto evolved while struggling to fight off people who call themselves Team Rocket. Rattata evolved into Raticate while battling to capture my Poliwag, and Butterfree and Golbat evolved through training. "Gastly," murmured the Pokemon in a tone that clearly said, "Is that so?" Then without anyone saying anything, Gastly made his way back outside and began to train by itself. He spent hours out there and would have been there longer if Ash had not called him back to eat with the other Pokemon. However, the black-haired boy had a feeling that there would be no problems from now on. Professor Oak was right. As if a light bulb went off in Ash's head, the trainer jumped from his seat on the table, shouting, "Oh no!" He then ran to the first available videophone and dialed his mother. "Pika," the yellow mouse Pokemon said, shaking its head at his sometimes silly and forgetful owner. "Hi, Mom," Ash greeted upon seeing the screen flash on. His mother had her brown chestnut hair tied back into a ponytail, wearing a white apron over her light blue dress. "Oh Ash, sweetie, it is so nice to hear from you," his mom smiled, whipping tears from her eyes. "I thought you forgot all about me." "Of course not," Ash jumped to reassure her and then asked in a much calmer voice. "So, how have you been?" "I've been great, sweetie. In fact, I have been helping Professor Oak with the Pokemon and his research." "You caught such an adorable Horsia," the woman said. "I am glad you found something to do," the black-haired boy sighed in relief. "So you have probably met all of my Pokemon then?" "Oh yes, and you did a great job training them," his mother noted and then raised her finger pointing upwards. "In fact, you motivated them so much that they train, even here in the lab." "That's great, Mom," the black-haired trainer smiled. "But tell them not to work too hard." "I will," she said. "I have to go now, Ash. Remember to dash. Change my underwear." "I know, Mum," the boy whispered, feeling his cheeks begin to burn, yet tried to play it cool by rolling his eyes at his mother. After Ash's short conversation, he returned to the table to see that all of his Pokemon had eaten and fallen asleep. He laughed quietly, returning them to their Pokeball and carefully scooping Pikachu up into his arms, he began walking towards his room. The morning, once again, found Ash and Pikachu leaving the Pokemon Center bright and early. He wanted to cover as much ground as he could, so he did not bother stopping anywhere until he got to his destination. He went straight through Hop 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 Town, not needing any supplies from himself and his Pokemon. Then he passed off an offer to participate in the P1 Grand Prix, claiming that he will do it next year, as all he wanted and aimed to do was train and catch Pokemon. He also did not have his own fighting-type Pokemon, Mankey, with him. Ash and Pikachu's journey leads them to a desolate factory town known as Griny City. It is a depressing place with a sky that is stained black from the pollution and the water is too filthy to swim in. A very small number of people lived here, most of them the employees, and even the wind smelled like. Ash was here because he knew that certain types of Pokemon were attracted to this type of environment, especially poison and dark-type Pokemon. Factories were built side by side, one after another, making Ash quickly grow sick of the sight. However, unlike Pikachu, Ash's sickness was nothing physical. The yellow electric mouse Pokemon's cheeks continued to spark with static electricity and its body began to burn up. Unsure of what to do, the black-haired boy rushed through the city, searching for a Pokemon Center. When Ash finally found the place, his mind took no notice of the building details, his only concern was Pikachu. In fact, the only thing he did register was the bell that customers rang to call for a staff member. When he slammed his hand down on the button, a soft chime rippled through the building. Then from the staff room, a yawning and drowsy-looking Nurse Joy walked towards the black-haired boy, who clutched his sick Pokemon in his arms. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" Nurse Joy berated the boy. "Don't you know that you should be sleeping by now?" "I am sorry," Ash apologized as his arms tightened around the yellow mouse Pokemon. "But my Pikachu isn't feeling very well." Nurse Joy yawned once again and glanced briefly at Ash's Pokemon. "A cold," was all she said. The black-haired trainer felt his eyebrows twitch in anger and irritation. "This is not a cold," he said through his teeth. "I have read about cold symptoms in different types of Pokemon and they don't just sporadically appear upon entering a different city." "Calm down, there's no need to worry," the nurse told the boy. "The sparks that are coming from its cheeks are early signs of a cold in rodent Pokemon. If you leave it here overnight, he will be fine in the morning." "Okay," Ash gave in. Suddenly, all of the lights within the Pokemon Center went out, drowning Ash, Pikachu and Nurse Joy in darkness. "Oh no," Nurse Joy said, rushing away from Ash and into another room. The black-haired boy followed behind her. In the room, there were over a dozen Pokemon in see-through glass boxes, all of them motionless. "What is wrong?" he asked. "These Pokemon are in intensive care. If we do not get the electricity back on, I don't want to think about what will happen to them." There was a short silence, followed by Ash shouting, "Look after Pikachu," before running out of the door without any other explanation. The black-haired boy ran toward the police station that he had walked past upon arriving in the gloomy city. With no street lights on, Ash's journey was much more difficult than the first time. However, even through the black fog generated from the factories, the bright blue police station was relatively easy to see. "Officer Jenny," Ash called from the woman as he ran into the building. "Officer Jenny. You need to find out what is happening with the electricity." "I've already tried, but there's no answer at the power plant," the woman responded. "The Pokemon Center doesn't have much time," Ash stressed. "Where's the power plant?" "It's the big building, that way," Jenny said, pointing out the direction with her finger. As Ash turned in that direction, the rusting of leaf caught his sight. He stared at the bush long and hard while whatever was in there fought its way out. "Pikachu!" Ash exclaimed, catching the Pokemon as it fell and lifted it into his arms. "You are supposed to stay with Nurse Joy." The yellow mouse Pokemon gave Ash a pleading look, causing the black-haired boy to sigh dramatically. "Alright, but you have to take it easy." Inside the power plant was just as dark as outside. It was lucky that the black-haired trainer and his Pikachu were able to make out the black, shadowy outlines of flower pots, bins, and sofas, or else he would have tripped over a dozen times by now. The strange thing was that Ash could not see anyone in the building. Why would the employees abandon the place? As Ash followed the corridor deeper into the plant, a chill crept down the boy's spine as if something had just passed behind him. Turning around he saw nothing, however, when he went to move forward again a small dark figure hovered in front of his face. "Ah!" the black-haired boy exclaimed. A light blue steel body in the shape of a sphere was a hair's breadth from Ash. It was bound together with screws, two small ones on either side of the bottom half of its body and one large one on top of its head. The single glowing eyes are what surprised Ash the most. It was almost as big as the two horseshoe magnets on either side of its body. With one passing look at Ash, the magnet Pokemon made its way over to Pikachu, who the black-haired boy had accidentally dropped in his scare. Pikachu jumped in fear and started to panic. The yellow mouse Pokemon waved its arms around trying to swat the creature away. However, the magnet Pokemon was not to be deterred. It circled Pikachu in admiration, following the electric Pokemon wherever it ran. "Hey Magnemite, can you stop that?" Ash asked as politely as he could. "Pikachu doesn't like it." Instantly, the strange Pokemon disappeared, leaving the trainer and his Pokemon in wonder over its odd behavior. Clash! Ash and Pikachu jumped, feeling their heart leap into their throats. One of the vent guard rails slammed heavily to the floor a few feet behind the pair. The sound of cool steel against icy concrete ricocheted off the walls. The two slimy, amorphous blob-like Pokémon pushed through. They seemed to be made of purple sludge, with two large eyes containing beady pupils. It had a gaping mouth with a gray tongue. While the Pokémon appeared to have no legs, it did have 2 arms with 3 digits on each hand. URG. Ash gagged as he pinched his nose with his thumb and forefinger. It stinks. The Pokémon was Grimer, one of the foulest types of Pokémon that enjoy living in this type of environment. The problem was that every time Ash blinked, more of these blob-like Pokémon appeared from within the vent. No wonder Magnemite disappeared so fast. The black-haired boy to Pikachu and the yellow mouse Pokémon could not help but agree. Then, materializing as if out of nowhere, a sludge Pokémon 2, maybe 3 times as tall and large as Grimer, revealed itself. It was Mook, Grimer's evolved form. While this Pokémon's eyes were much smaller than its previous form in the evolutionary chain, everything else was much bigger. "I say we run," Ash told Pikachu in a hushed whisper, not willing to take his eyes of the creatures before him as they still continued to increase in number. Pika, the mouse Pokémon, agreed from part the way down the corridor. It was already 1 step ahead of its trainer, putting as much distance between it and the Grimer as fast as possible. "Hey, wait up," the black-haired boy yelled, running after his Pokémon, the Grimers and Mook following close behind him. Shooting around the corner at full speed, Ash did not expect to run into someone. He thought that place was abandoned, so the idea of people being here did not cross his mind. "What are you doing here?" ordered one of 2 men that the boy had run into. This man had thick black hair that was brushed neatly to the side of his head and pale skin. He wore a light blue bodysuit with dark blue bands around his waist, cuffs, and shoulders. "Sorry," Ash apologized. "We have to skip the introductions for a while and get out of here before dash." As if on cue, the horde of Grimers swept around the corner, diving towards them. The men cried out and began running back to their control room, in the opposite direction that the Grimers came in, not caring if they left the black-haired Pokémon trainer behind or, of course, was not about to be eaten by the smelly creatures, and cradled his electric mouse Pokémon into his arms and kept running. Moments later, the small group burst into a comfortingly empty room, locking the door behind them. Hopefully, the Grimer will not be able to get in. "What on earth is happening here?" Ash panted, trying to catch his breath. "The entire city has gone dark and the Pokémon Center needs power." "But we can't get the power back on," the second man said. He was wearing a similar outfit to the first man, but instead he had thin, light brown hair and chocolate brown eyes. "The Grimer are blocking the seawater intake. We need that so that we then bring it to a boil and use the steam to turn the turbines, which will run the generators." Bang! 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 "Oh no, the Grimer are trying to break down the door," Ash said as he dropped Pikachu and rushed towards the door, pushing against the Grimers. Bang! 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 Chapter 16. Bang! 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 The Grimers burst through the door and filled the room. Ash didn't know what to do. Sure, he had Pokémon, but they would become exhausted before they would defeat a cotter of the blob-like Pokémon that now surrounded them. Then they would have to defeat Mook. Another clash of a vent guard caught the group's attention as it fell from the ceiling, squishing a Grimer beneath it. Over a dozen Magnemites and Magnetons flew out of the vent and down towards Ash, the working men, and Pikachu. They shielded the black-haired boy and the others from the sludge Pokémon. Altogether, these steel Pokémon sent a strong bolt of electricity through the Grimers, causing them to scream out in pain. Eventually, all of the Grimers began to flee, running away in fear of the Magnemite and Magneton, unblocking the waterway. Light suddenly filled every inch of the power plant and the city. However, there was still one Pokémon left. It stayed stubbornly behind as the others fled, still wanting to have its fun. "Pikachu," Ash said, looking down at the Pokémon. "Do you think you can use thunder on it?" Pikachu nodded and released a wave of yellow power from its body, shocking the Mook. Ash reached for a Pokeball and threw it at the Poison-type Pokémon, catching it. However, Mook wasn't the only Pokémon Ash wanted to catch. He wanted Magnemite. Bellsprout, I choose you, the black-haired trainer shouted. Use Vine Whip and slam Magnemite into the ground. Bell, the flower Pokémon said as it followed the command. Bellsprout's vines wrapped around Magnemite's two horseshoe magnets and flung the Pokémon into the ground. However, as it lifted the electric-type Pokémon into the air to repeat the action, electricity curved its way down Bellsprout's vines. You're alright, Bellsprout, Ash encouraged. Electric-type moves are not very effective against grass types. The boy did not mention the fact that the flower Pokémon was also part poison type. Bell, the Pokémon shouted, more determined than ever. Great, use Vine Whip like you did last time. Bellsprout repeated the same action as before, managing to hit the magnet Pokémon into the ground twice before it was electric shocked. Bellsprout, use Dash. Ash paused at his next instruction. Not because he didn't know what move his Pokémon should carry out next, but because it began to spew purple powder from its mouth. She had learned Poison Powder. Ash knew that this attack would not have an effect on their opponent, however, the boy was just excited by the fact that his Pokémon had learned a new move. Great job, Ash praised. Then held out a Pokeball and said, Bellsprout, return. The black-haired boy then selected another Pokeball from his belt. Gastly, I choose you. The gas Pokémon quickly emerged and listened intently for Ash's order. Use Confuse Ray, he ordered. Gastly's eyes began to glow a deep purple as it stared, transfixed, at the steel and electric-type Pokémon in front of him. The enemy Pokémon then began to glow the same color. Suddenly, as if pulled by strings, the Magnemite bounced off of the ceiling, walls, and floor. Now, Sucker Punch. Once again, Gastly began to glow as its purple gas slowly began to build up, creating a fist. As Magnemite was still recovering from its last attack, it was not prepared to dodge nor counter-attack when the Dark-type move came towards it. Gastly's fist hit Magnemite in the eye, sending the Pokémon flying back into the wall behind it. It then collapsed on the ground, not able to move due to the damage it received. Pokeball, go! Ash shouted. The Pokémon was sucked into the black-haired boy's Pokeball and closed tight behind it. The red light flashed once, twice, 3 times before ceasing and vanishing from the floor. All right. Ash cheered. Pikachu, mimicked the yellow mouse Pokémon. Pikachu, you are all better, Ash exclaimed, brushing the back of his hand against the electric type's forehead. Yes, I've heard that sometimes if an electric type Pokémon builds up too much electricity it appears as if it has a cold. So when Pikachu attacked that Mook with its thunder, it probably relieved him of the energy, the other power plant worker explained. I knew it was not a cold, muttered Ash as he crossed his arms over his chest. So, at the end of the day, Ash had caught 2 new Pokémon. This meant that Team 4 was almost complete and Ash could tick a Steel-type Pokémon off of his list of Pokémon types that he had yet to catch. This left him with Psychic, Dark, Fairy, Ice and a Dragon-type Pokémon left to catch. However, he wanted to evolve his Magikarp into a Gyarados first. It has been several months now since Ash and Pikachu had left Pallet Town. The boy's journey had led them to the mountains where he hoped to find a secluded spring to have his water-type Pokémon battle each other. He had finally taught Magikarp the Tackle attack, bringing its moves set up to 2 and, while it is 1 move less than Horsia, it will give the fish Pokémon a fighting chance. Suddenly, the ground beneath the pair began to shake as if an earthquake had just passed through. However, as quick as it came, it left, leaving behind a very confused trainer and his Pikachu. I wonder what that was, the black-haired boy asked himself. Another bang followed by a small tremor sounded from the distance. Ash tilted his head considering what to do and then shrugged his shoulders, walking towards the origin of the quake. He could not help himself. He was curious, just as anybody else would have been in his situation. The trainer and his Pikachu ran up the hill, passing trees and scared, fleeing Pokémon. Nevertheless, they continued, speeding towards the unknown danger ahead. The boy could not stop thinking that if his mother could see him and the mischief he got himself into, she would most definitely ground him for the rest of his lift. She would DSPLN him for the sole reason that he had put himself in a situation that could lead to injury. That danger was soon found in the form of 4 armored trucks, 1 painted red, 1 blue and 2 black. Ash watched as they journeyed further up the hill, his jaw dropping. There were not 4 armored, there were 10 times that amount plus 2 cement mixers. They drove towards a large wall that was partially constructed and covered in yellow waterproof sheets. Boom! An explosion sounded, turning Ash's attention towards the noise as the earth began to quiver once more. Large boulders were being blown off of the sides of the cliffs and mountains. The construction workers allowed the heavy masses of rock to tumble hazardly towards the ground. This resulted in another loud boom and the earth shaking. Watching the truck drive up the mountain, Ash cried out in shock as one tilted on its side, smashing into the truck beside it. After that, chaos erupted as a handful of vehicles began to pile on top on one another. Clouds of dust fogging the air. Pikachu's ears twitched, hearing something that Ash and all the other humans could not. Diglett, dig, Diglett, dig, the soft sound filled the yellow mouse's ears. The rodent Pokémon then stared, transfixed on a sport a ruler's length away from him. Diglett, a strange brown Pokémon, jumped out, causing Pikachu to jump slightly. Pika, the yellow electric mouse, said in relief and then hopped towards the Pokémon. It had a tiny brown body that was perpetually buried within the earth, leaving only its head visible. It had beady black eyes and a large pink nose. Diglett, the Pokémon, smiled and then disappeared back into the ground. Weird, was all Ash could say. The black-haired boy then ran over to a man who cried with an Italian accent, "I just can't take it anymore. The Diglett are ruining everything." He wore a yellow hard hat with yellow suspenders and a blue shirt. "So that is why your trucks crashed," Ash concluded, not expecting the man to rage. "Thanks to them we can't fishing building that," he shouted, indicating to the half-built yellow construction site. "I hate Digletts. They won't let us build the dam. We were hired to build the dam." "Oh, well, maybe there's a way I can help," Ash rationalized, trying to calm the man down. "There is," he exclaimed. "We are calling for all Pokémon trainers in the area to help us get rid of them. The reward is a 7-day, 6-night stay at a resort." "I am sorry," Ash suddenly said, scratching the back of his neck. "It is not within my morals to drive Pokémon away from their homes." The man sighed and collapsed to the ground. "Now we will have to wait for the other Pokémon trainers to arrive." Just as the man said this, a shiny red car sped down the valley, stopping in front of the defeated builder and apologetic trainer. Inside the car were more women than seats, some with brown hair, some with blue, blonde, and black hair. However, it was the brown-haired boy in the driver's seat that caught Ash's attention. "Have no fear," the boy shouted. "We have arrived." He then indicated to 4 large blue and white buses following behind him. "The rest are in there." "Gary," Ash groaned, pulling his hand down his face and then turning to the man before him. "Once again, sir, I am terribly sorry." The black-haired trainer then turned to leave. "Ah!" Gary Oak exclaimed, recognizing Ash. "Well, if it isn't little Ash from Pallet Town. What are you doing here?" "Nothing," Ash responded, not wanting to start anything with the annoying, spoilt grandson of Professor Oak. "I was just leaving." "Yes, it must just be a coincidence because only the best are invited," Gary said, puffing up his chest proudly like a bird in mating season. Ash could not help but want to knock that boy from the high pedestal he had just placed himself on. "Actually, I was just informed by this gentleman here that they are that desperate anyone will do. So I guess you are anyone, dot." "What?" Gary spluttered as Ash walked back towards the forest. Little did the black-haired trainer know that a group of Diglett were watching his enter conversation. The small creatures began to talk to each other in hushed whispers, all of them having a say. Then silence fell over them as one of the mole Pokémon nodded and vanished into the ground. After a moment the others followed. Finally, Ash shouted towards the sky. It had taken the boy a long time to find the perfect place to train Magikarp, and this was it. Ash had found a beautiful spring leading off from the waterfall. Water sailed over green, moss-covered rocks, splashing into the basin below. White foam and bubbles appeared as water hit water. The sound of rushing water was calm like Mother Nature's sweet lullaby. "All right everyone, come on out," Ash called, and when all his Pokémon appeared he continued, "You know the drill." Then turning to his two water-type Pokémon he smiled, "Magikarp, you and Horsia are going to have a mock battle. Are you ready?" The fish Pokémon responded enthusiastically, splashing its fins into the water. In the corner of Ash's eye, the black-haired boy saw Parasect, who had its claws out in front of it, slicing at a trunk of a tree. It was trying to learn the ability Fury Cutter. Bellsprout had Pikachu batting rocks off its tail. The Pokémon tried to learn Razor Leaf and Iron Tail. Gastly was doing something similar to Parasect to learn Sucker Punch. "Magikarp, tackle," Ash ordered. The shiny Magikarp dived towards Horsia, its eyes transfixed on its opponent. So, when the small Pokémon tried to dodge, it still managed to move its body to clip Horsia's side. Although the damage was not severe enough to affect the dragon species Pokémon. Horsia then reared its head back, shooting pressurized water at the golden fish Pokémon in front of it. "Magikarp, dive underwater and then use tackle," Ash continued. The fish Pokémon did as it was told, efficiently dodging the water gun attack. It then swam through the water, gaining speed, hitting Horsia from underneath. The small dragon Pokémon flew into the air, landing in the water with a violent splash. Magikarp resurfaced with a pleased sparkle in its eyes as Horsia pouted and in a temper tantrum, used Smokescreen. This attack allowed for Horsia to disappear from sight without the other water-type Pokémon knowing. "Magikarp, go back under where you will be able to see and use tackle when you get the chance," the black-haired trainer said. The golden fish Pokémon plunged back under, all sound becoming muffled. Swimming through the water, the shiny Magikarp looked left and right, not seeing Horsia anywhere. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the small blue Pokémon dropped in front of the fish and used Leer. This caused Magikarp to panic as it sent its stomach twisting sickeningly. Then she remembered Ash's words, shooting towards it. Horsia was knocked backwards, panting due to Magikarp's constant attacks. It was getting tired. However, so was Magikarp. The dragon species Pokémon used Water Gun again, but this time Magikarp was too slow to dodge. Ash then ordered the fish Pokémon to use Splash, which caused Horsia to be submerged in water. Magikarp, use Dash, Ash started but smiled as not one but two of his Pokémon began to evolve before his eyes. It was amazing seeing them both glow with the brilliant evolutionary light, simultaneously. Magikarp evolved into Gyarados. This was a serpentine Chinese dragon-like Pokémon, which was mostly red with a black underbelly and black spots along its back. It has a three-pointed crimson-red crest on its head and four black, dorsal fins. When Ash scanned it with his Pokédex, the small machine said, "Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon." Rarely in the wild, this huge and vicious Pokémon is capable of destroying entire cities in a range. This shiny Gyarados is female and knows the moves Thrash and Hydro Pump. Then turning to Horsia, who evolved into Seadra, the Pokédex said, "Seadra, the dragon Pokémon. Capable of swimming backwards by rapidly flapping its wing-like pectoral fins and stout tail. This Seadra is male and knows the moves Bubble, Leer, Smokescreen and Hydro Pump." "Awesome," Ash shouted in the silence that followed the double evolution. Horsia evolved too. At Ash's exclamation, all of his Pokémon gathered around to celebrate with the two water Pokémon, screaming in delight and awing at their friends' new forms. "Diglett, Diglett," a voice emerged from between Seadra and Pikachu. "Diglett?" Ash said silently, wondering what the mole Pokémon was doing here. Dig, is said and began to move away. Its body still protruding from the ground so that Ash and Pikachu could see its every movement. I think it wants us, yo, follow it, Pikachu, the black-haired boy said as he returned the rest of his Pokémon. Wait up, he shouted, running to catch up with the mole Pokémon that did not look back to see if the pair were following. They ran past the construction site where the man with the Italian accent was playing whack-a-mole with the small brown Pokémon. They ran past trees and many other Diglett that were carrying branches on top of their heads, moving in an organized line like ants. They even ran past some Dug trio. When the Diglett stopped, Ash finally understood. The branches carried by the mole Pokémon were used to plant trees in what the black-haired boy assumed was their home. The Dug trio plowed the earth and the Diglett planted. The mountain was their backyard. It was a strange concept to make sense of, but it fit. What if all of the beautiful scenery that Ash and Pikachu had seen in their travels were created by these Pokémon? It was early in the morning when Ash went to inform the Italian man of what he had discovered, and he happily stopped the dam construction. They both realized that if the dam was built it would result in many of the forest Pokémon and ground-type Pokémon to lose their homes. The man had learned his lesson. Or at least Ash hoped that he would not jump to hating the next Pokémon that tried to interrupt his work. Diglett, the Pokémon popped out of the ground just before Ash's feet. What is it, Diglett? Ash asked the mole Pokémon as he crouched down. You are safe now. Your home won't be destroyed anymore. Diglett, shouted the small brown Pokémon. Diglett. I think, the man with the yellow hard hat still sat on his head. That the Diglett wants to go with you. Ash looked down at the Pokémon with a smile. Really, you want to travel with us? The Pokémon nodded. So Ash took out one of his Pokeballs and opened it. As the red and white ball closed, there was no flashing to indicate that the Pokémon was fighting capture because the Diglett willingly let itself get caught. Chapter 17. Traveling towards the Safari Zone, Ash found himself deep in the emerald forests of nowhere. Now he will admit that he is lost. When he crossed a bridge about 20 feet above the fast-running water, the black-haired boy confirmed it. Where on earth was he? Looking around, all he and Pikachu could see were trees, and more trees. Not a human or Pokémon in sight, until a round body or purple fur crossed the boy's path. It had a pincer-like mouth, stubby forepaws, and a pair of clodhopper feet. Venonet, it said in a strangely echoed tone. Hey, Pikachu, why don't you ask it for directions? Ash suggested, nudging his yellow mouse Pokémon. Pika Pie, Pikachu nodded and ran over to the insect Pokémon. The two began to converse in their strange language, making Ash wish he knew he could understand them. Then the round purple Pokémon ran off, Pikachu following behind it. Wait up! Ash shouted, running after the pair. They ran through the forest, branches swiping at the black-haired boy's arms and legs. The crisp green grass crunching lightly under his feet. What light could be seen from the darkening sky was blocked due to the thick trees overhead. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the Pokémon stopped running, leaving the tired trainer to catch up. Ash's lungs burned with every breath and his legs ached to the point of trembling. However, much to his relief, Venonet did not lead the trainer and his Pikachu astray. It leads him to his desired destination, a road that hopefully will lead him to the Safari Zone, but if not, a town or city would be just as great. At least he would know where he was then. Wow, thanks, Venonet, Ash said as he patted the insect Pokémon on its head. Pika, the electric mouse Pokémon, also nodded its thanks. Hey, we're here, Ash told Pikachu, who was resting sat on top of the black-haired boy's backpack with its body leaning against his head. The two had just entered the Safari Zone. A place to find and capture new and unusual Pokémon. This was a special preserve where rare Pokémon can be found, and while the entry price was £500 if Ash managed to capture just one Pokémon here, it would all be worth it. Ash was in the Meadow Safari Zone district at the moment, carrying 6 Safari Pokeballs. However, the challenging part is that trainers are not to initiate Pokémon battles with the wild Pokémon on the reserve. This was the rule. To catch them, the Pokémon must be willing to go with Ash. The black-haired trainer managed to avoid the herd of toros that were grazing happily in the meadow that he and Pikachu entered from. These were wild bull Pokémon, covered in light brown fur and a thick dark brown mane. If Ash could capture one of those, he hoped they had enough patience to go through with training. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokémon, shook its head as if reading the black-haired boy's mind. Yeah, you are right, he sighed. This Pokémon is known to be violent and rowdy. Something that he knew he would not be able to handle just yet, as he was still just an 11-year-old boy. So walking on, the black-haired trainer and his Pikachu ignored the herd, just as the herd ignored him. They strolled across hills of grass, past groups of Oddish and Bellsprout until he came across one of the most amazing sights ever. Okay, so maybe the black-haired boy was exaggerating a bit. However, seeing a dozen Ponyta and Rapidash grazing in the meadows truly was a sight to behold. Ponyta was an equine Pokémon with yellow and reddish-orange flames burning at its mane and tail. Its body is mainly cream and had 4 long legs, each ending in a single, gray hoof. Ash wanted one. As he walked towards the possibly skittish Pokémon, planning to try and convince one to go with him on his journey to become a Pokémon master, Ash gasped his horror. Charmander, use flamethrower, a deep male voice said. Ash ran towards the origin of the voice, shocked by what he saw. An injured Ponyta stood unsteadily on its hooves staring fearfully at the red, reptilian Pokémon. The trainer who ordered the attack had an athletic body, with long arms and legs which were well muscled. He has short brown hair and dark brown eyes. His lips were defined and a red and white bandana was tied around his forehead. Pikachu, Thunder Shock, Ash told his Pokémon. Not needing any further information, the yellow mouse Pokémon sent a blinding bolt of golden thunder toward the red spiral of flames. This caused both attacks to be cancelled out. Hey! Ash shouted at the trainer and his Pokémon. You are not allowed to battle Pokémon here. What do you think you are doing? You're not the boss of me, sneered the man. I can do what I want. Now, Charmander, finish that Ponyta off so I can catch it. Ash growled low in his throat before stepping between the injured fire horse Pokémon and the evolved form of Charmander. Fine, Ash said in a calm, cool voice. As it seems that you don't like following the rules, I think I can break a few rules of my own. It was within Ash morals to only fight fair, meaning if the opponent had one Pokémon he would only fight with one Pokémon. However, this time, the black-haired trainer released all of his Pokémon from their Pokeballs, saying, care to fight 6-on-1? The brown-haired trainer sneered again, making his face twist unattractively. No, that Ponyta is not worth the trouble, he said and called his Pokémon back. Ash continued to watch the trainer leave until his body was nothing but a black speck in the distance. Turning around, the black-haired boy then walked over to the injured Ponyta. The fire horse Pokémon reared back, causing it to collapse to the floor in pain. Easy, easy, Ash soothed as he gently rubbed the Pokémon creamy neck. The black-haired boy then took off his bag, saying to the Pokémon, I have some potions that can help. Stay still. After a few moments of rummaging through his bag, Ash pulled out a red and white potion bottle with a spray top and began to treat the Pokémon's wounds. First, he cleared them with antiseptic and then he squirted a small amount of the healing liquid onto the affected area. The boy also covered the deeper injuries and gashes with bandages that glowed a brilliant white against its cream-colored body. There we go, all better, the black-haired boy cheered. Your herd is close by, you should go find them. Ponyta stared at the small human in front of her as he returned all of his Pokémon. After what that other trainer did to her, she thought that all of them would be like that. Yet, this human had yet to attack her and had even healed her injuries, sending her back to her family. Maybe he was a rare one, the Ponyta thought. Like a shiny Pokémon whose colorings were different from everyone else. If this human was rare, then Ponyta may end up stuck with a trainer that forced her capture. She didn't want that. She wanted to choose her owner like her brother did. So, the fire horse Pokémon decided to choose Ash. The black-haired boy still had his back turned to the injured Pokémon when he felt a force collide with his body. Stumbling forwards, the trainer caught himself, turning to face the fire-type Pokémon. "What is it, Ponyta?" the black-haired boy asked. However, in answer the silent Pokémon jutted its nose towards the boy. "You want to come with me?" Ash smiled widely. The flaming horse nodded its head wildly and Ash happily held out the safari Pokeball. Pressing the camouflage-colored Pokeball against Ponyta's head, the black-haired boy's smile stretching into a grin that spread from ear to ear. He caught a Ponyta. He silently cheered as the Pokeball disappeared to the front office where he can later collect his captured Pokémon. That wasn't too hard. Traveling to the second area of Kanto's Safari Zone. This area revolved around the lake, which glistened a beautiful azure blue. There were some woodlands that surrounded the water, full of Pokémon that wanted to stay close to its water source. It was here Ash released his Pokémon for them to play and enjoy this tranquil area he found. Gyarados happily bathed itself in the cool water, ignoring Cedra's attempt of trying to get it to play with him. Pikachu curled up beside Ash, taking a short nap before the group continued on. Gastly was playfully chasing Bellsprout and Parasect, who had finally grown used to the ghost type's morbid sense of fun. The group of captured Pokémon did not even realize the frown that marred Ash's face as he saw a group of shadowy creatures hiding in the forest. The black-haired trainer raised himself carefully to his feet, trying not to disturb Pikachu, and approached the trees. As he got closer the unknown Pokémon scattered, causing the boy to shout, "Wait! No, come back!" One of the Pokémon was brave enough to halt in its tracks, willing to listen to the human, if only for a moment. Ash could see its ears perked, listening for his next words. "This is your lake too," Ash said to it. "We will leave if you want." The Pokémon paused and the black-haired trainer waited with bated breath. However, to his disappointment the strange Pokémon fled. Its figure vanished into the dark recesses of the woodland. Sighing, Ash walked back to his spot beside his still sleeping Pikachu. Lying back, the black-haired boy closed his eyes, trying to imagine the sun's heat absorbing into his skin and warming him completely. The crunching of grass caught Ash's attention and he cracked open one of his eyes. Eevee. It was a pack of Eevees that he saw in the forest. This Pokémon had caramel brown fur, except for the tip of its tail and large furry collar, which was a cream color. It had 4 slender legs with 3 small toes and a pink paw pad on each. These Pokémon were rarely found in the wild, so Ash was surprised that a pack had made their way into the Safari Zone. Ash and the group stay there, on the edge of the lake, until lunch where they began to eat, planning to leave soon after. Instead of pre-brought Pokémon food, Ash had decided to give his Pokémon a mixture of berries and fruit. As the Pokémon munched merrily on their lunchtime meal, the small pack of Eevee turned to watch. The evolution Pokémon stared hungrily at the food. They were perfectly capable of hunting for their own meal, however, berries like that were hard to come by as almost every type of Pokémon enjoyed their taste. Since the Eevee were not the strongest Pokémon, others always managed to get to them first. "Do you want some?" the human boy suddenly asked, causing the Eevee to blink in confusion. They had not noticed the black-haired boy turn his head to look over at them. "Go on," Ash encouraged. "I have plenty." The brave Eevee, the one that had stopped in the forest to hear the boy out, was the first to step forward to the large bowl of berries offered. These berries were apple red on the outside with purple flesh. The brave Eevee bit down into a berry and carried it back to its pack. The first Eevee to taste the berry was the tiniest. It was probably the only female in the group as her body was much smaller than the others and it was the male's instinct to see to the needs of the female first. The second time the brave Eevee went back to the fruit, another one followed him. Then another and another. Ash smiled at the scene. The pack must have been together for a long time to have such trust and faith in one another. It appeared as if the male Eevees rotated around the female, keeping her as happy and as content as possible. "Well, it's time to go," Ash announced to his Pokémon. The Eevee pack watched sorrowfully as the black-haired boy returned his Pokémon to their Pokeballs. They did not want the trainer to leave. Ash thought for a second as he packed the remaining bowls into his backpack. He then turned toward the group of 5 saying, "If you want, all of you could come with me. You could play in Professor Oak's forests and lake areas. Maybe even meet other Eevees and their evolved forms," the black-haired boy said, trying to sell the idea. "And if you want, you could help me become a Pokemon master someday." The Eevees shared a look and muttered a few words between them. Then, once again, the brave one took charge. It walked towards Ash, nodding its head as the pack followed behind. "Wow, really?" the black-haired trainer beamed. "You'll come." Then Ash allowed for the evolution Pokemon to capture themselves with the last of his Safari Pokeballs, disappearing from his sight. Grinning like the Cheshire Cat, Ash made his way to the Kanto Safari office. Time to get his Pokemon. Ash had never been so happy in his entire life. Well, actually, he had been ecstatic when he received Pikachu from Professor Oak, however, this was a close second. He had caught, not only 1 but 5 Eevees and a Ponyta. The black-haired trainer was thrilled at the possibilities of 5 different evolved forms of the small normal-type Pokemon. If he had a water, thunder or fire's stone, he could evolve them into Vaporeon, Jolteon and Flareon. Although, if he couldn't, he could always evolve them into Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon and Sylveon depending on the environment that he evolved them in. There were 8 possibilities. The office was located in the center of a town with various stalls. It was a cylindrical gray brick building with a heavy oak wooden door. Inside contained 2 plant pots, filled with green plants that Ash did not know the name of, and a small window. On top of the window was a sign that read, "Please wait here." Since Ash was the first trainer there, only spending just over 4 hours in the Safari Zone, there was no line. He stood before the window and waited. It was not long before a man with deep purple hair tied back into a ponytail and thin slit black pupils walked over, opening the window. "Hi," Ash greeted. "I am Ash Ketchum, here to pick up my Pokemon." The man simply grunted his acceptance and moved off to the side. When he returned, he carried a tray filled with 6 camouflage Pokeballs. Now, the man finally spoke in a deep, gruff voice. "You have to release each Pokemon from the Safari Ball and capture them using your own," he explained. The black-haired boy did as he was told, watching as each of his Pokemon were transported to the gray-haired professor's lab. He then placed the Safari Ball back onto the tray and gave them back to the man, who grunted again. Ash guessed the man wasn't much of a talker and shrugged off the strange yet rude behavior. Ash leisurely left the Safari Zone, promising to come back again in order to catch more Pokemon. It had given the trainer an amazing opportunity to meet and capture Pokemon that he may never find during his travels from city to city, Pokemon Center to Pokemon Center. As Ash passed forests, he saw Mankey playing in the trees, Vileplume and Victreebel sleeping soundly between long blades of grass. However, what the black-haired trainer did not see was the purple-furred Venonet in the distance. If he did, then Ash would have recognized it as the insect Pokemon that had directed the black-haired boy and his Pikachu to the road that leads to the Safari Zone. Chapter 18. With memories of the Safari Zone fresh on Ash and Pikachu's mind, the pair continued on the road wondering what was going to happen next. It was a short walk from the Fuchsia City Safari Zone to the actual city itself. The city, just like all the others that Ash had seen on his journey, had tall buildings that stretched towards the sky. There was a partially constructed bridge that was about 10 miles long, or at least that was what the black-haired boy had been told. Once complete, it would allow cars and cyclists to take a shortcut to Sunny Town. Ash hoped that it would be ready by next year, as the boy hoped to be able to save enough money to purchase or borrow a bike and make it across, which would reduce his journey time between Pokemon gyms. The Pokemon Center was a rectangular yellow building with a crimson-red roof, surrounded by green grass and bristling bushes. 4 windows and a double glass door could be seen from the front of the building, which also had a massive pink P standing proudly on the building's face. While resting on the sofas in the center in front of the fire, Ash and Pikachu were approached by Nurse Joy. She had asked the black-haired boy and his Pokémon to help her deliver medicine to a sick Pokémon in Sunny Town, and in return she would lend them one of the bicycles that the Pokémon Center had in stock in order for them to cross the bridge. The trainer quickly agreed, happy to help the people whose sisters and cousins had healed his Pokémon since he began his journey. Besides, he had already trained his Pokémon today, having each of his Pokémon battle with at least one opponent, resulting in all of them growing stronger and more confident in themselves. Riding across the bridge, with Pikachu on his head, was a peaceful feeling. With nothing but the wind whipping past you and the scenery zipping by. Other cyclists cruised lazily across, enjoying the long, smooth slip of road that had recently been laid. Ash stopped at a levee a little while later, pausing shortly for a drink of water from his flask. The clear blue sky could be seen for miles around them, and the deep blue water sat still, relishing in the warm sunny weather. A metal rail that was painted white was the only thing stopping Ash from falling to his death. As the black-haired boy straddled his borrowed bike, he heard laughter and cheering in the distance. The sound grew closer and closer until a group of 10 people began to circle him on their bicycles, riding around and around until eventually coming to a stop. It was a gang. "I don't think I've seen you before," a man said with a thick, gruff accent that Ash could not place. His gravity-defying red hair had an electric yellow streak in it. Wearing a black leather jacket with silver spikes on each shoulder, it was clear this man was the leader. The one who called the shots. "I am not from around here," Ash said. "I am just passing through." "Well," the leader said confidently, "you are not going to be able to leave until you have had a proper introduction." The black-haired trainer lifted an eyebrow, wondering what sort of introduction the harsh leader wanted. Surely, "Hi, I am Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and this is Pikachu," would not be what they meant. Then a girl with moss-green hair, falling to her elbow, stepped off her bike. Like the leaders, she wore a leather jacket, but without the spikes, and tight leather shorts. If Ash had to guess, she was the second in command. "What we mean by introduction is a Pokémon battle," the second in command specified. "A Pokémon battle," Ash muttered. This would be a great way for his Pokémon to gain more experience with different trainers' fighting styles. "Okay," Ash agreed. The bicycle gang then began to back away, creating enough space between the black-haired boy so that there was enough room for the battle to take place. The rules were simple: Pokémon must fight one-on-one, but trainers can switch out their Pokémon any time they want. The leader was the first to release his Pokémon, shouting, "Golem, go!" This Pokémon had a turtle-like body with plated, green rocks as its shell. Its head was protruding out of the center of the shell. It had short arms that have 3 claws, and 2 legs with 5 clawed feet with 4 claws in the front and 1 in the back. It had red eyes and a flat snout with 2 pointed teeth in its lower jaw. Golem was a rock and ground type Pokémon, meaning that it was weak against fighting, steel, water, grass and ice type Pokémon. Ash had Gyarados, Seadra, Bellsprout and Parasect with one of these attributes. Out of this list, the black-haired boy chose Bellsprout, wanting the flower Pokémon to gain more experience in its newest move, Razor Leaf. The black-haired trainer quickly called for Bellsprout to use Vine Whip. However, as the lush green vines slashed at Golem, the rock-type Pokémon retracted back into its shell. The attack did not affect their enemy. "Your Pokémon needs more practice," boasted the red-haired leader. "That wimpy attack will not get through my Pokémon's shell." Ash ignored the man, only listening when he ordered his rock-type Pokémon to use Tackle. "Wait for the right moment and jump over him," Ash said, hoping that Golem's body was too heavy to enable the Pokémon to change direction too quickly and immediate tackle Bellsprout straight after his Pokémon dodges. Bellsprout stood there recalling the mock battle in which Ash had asked it to do something similar when Pikachu had tried to tackle it. However, Pikachu was much smaller. She watched and watched, feeling as if the Pokémon was approaching her in show motion. Then she leapt gracefully over as if she was a gymnast and Golem, the trapezium. "Bell," the Pokémon cheered. "Now, Razor Leaf," Ash ordered. The flower Pokémon sent its little green leaf knives hurtling towards the rock-type Pokémon's back, causing it to unravel from its tackling roll attack. Go, Golem, rock throw, the leader ordered. The large Pokémon jumped into the air, allowing itself to be pulled back down by gravity. This attack left a rather large crater in the ground as Bellsprout instantly got out of the way. Ash hoped the builders would not be too upset about the damage. Bellsprout, use Razor Leaf and then Poison Powder. While the rock-type Pokémon was no longer tucked safely into its shell, this gave Ash a perfect opportunity to aim for its weak spots such as its arms, legs and head, which were not covered in stone. The Razor Leaf scratched up its body, but the poison powder that spewed from the flower Pokémon's mouth was what truly defeated Golem. Golem, return, the leader said with clenched teeth. Then the female, second in command, stepped forward. Now it is my turn to show you, she said. I choose you, Cloyster. Cloyster is a black, pearl-like Pokémon encased inside a light gray shell, which is surrounded by a second jagged, blue-violet outer shell. It has one barb-like spike protruding from above its head and multiple conical horns. Since Cloyster is a water and ice-type Pokémon, it was weak against grass types. So, Ash could keep Bellsprout in the battle as his Pokémon had the type advantage. However, the flower Pokémon was tired and will struggle to get past that tough shell. Therefore, the black-haired boy chose Pikachu, his electric mouse Pokémon, which water types were also weak against. So, after recalling Bellsprout and calling out his yellow mouse Pokémon, Pikachu stood, facing the large bivalve Pokémon. Cloyster, clamp it with your shell, the female ordered. The Pokémon slowly opened its shell, but Ash said nothing. Pikachu had learned that when its trainer did this it usually meant that he should hold his ground, despite how ominously the enemy Pokémon loomed over him. As its shell closed over Pikachu's tail, the yellow mouse Pokémon winced in pain but was not willing to cry out and show weakness in front of the bicycle gang. Good, Pikachu, Ash said proudly. Use thunder while it still got a hold of you. The second in command gasped as she realized the vulnerable situation she had put her Pokémon in. However, before she could shout to Cloyster to release Pikachu, the water-type Pokémon groaned in pain as it fell to its side, liberating Pikachu from its grasp. Suddenly, sirens echoed around the group, catching everyone's attention. As the female returned her Cloyster to its Pokeball, the male leader shouted, "Come on, guys. It's time to rumble." Ash frowned as the odd word and watched them as they rode off into the distance. Officer Jenny soon pulled over beside Ash and Pikachu saying, "Hey, who's causing all this trouble?" Ash mutely pointed towards the group of fleeing gang members and, without another word, Jenny rode after them on her much fast motorcycle. The black-haired boy then continued on his way to Sunny Town, picking up the pace as he went. After all, there was a sick Pokémon that desperately needed the medicine that he was tasked with delivering. As the black-haired boy rode, the clouds became darker, turning from their once pearly white to ash gray and then to coal black. The wind that had just hours ago lightly whipped past him, now sliced through his clothes, forcing Pikachu to hold onto his owner's back with a vice-like grip. The calm water rose up from the surface, smashing violently against the bridge's pillars that anchored it to the seabed below. "Hold on, Pikachu," Ash said as he increased his pedaling in a desperate attempt to get out of the coming storm quickly. Rain fell like sharp needles, digging into the black-haired boy's skin. He was soaked in a matter of moments, feeling the cold, icy water seep towards his bones. Finally, the black-haired boy arrived in Sunny Town only to find Nurse Joy standing worriedly outside the Pokémon Center doors. Ash and Pikachu may have been dripping wet and shivering from the cold, but they never gave up or stopped for a break. "Oh, thank God," Nurse Joy shouted as Ash handed her the white paper prescription bag. "I did not know if you would make it through the storm. It's thanks to you that this Pokémon will get better." The pink-haired nurse then poured the contents of the bag into a medium-sized fish tank. Inside the tank was a small black pearl-like Pokémon Shellder. It was the pre-evolved form of the water Pokémon Cloyster that he and Pikachu had battled on the bridge. However, this one had none of the energy of its evolved form. "No, This shelter slept at the bottom of the tank with its tongue sticking out. It did not even move when the strange medical powder covered it in a cloud of white smoke. Once the medicine was completely absorbed into the water type's body, it jumped to life. Wriggling around excitedly, the black-haired boy had made it just on time. Any longer and Shelter would have died. After resting in Sunnytown Pokemon Center, before setting out on his next journey, Ash decided to exchange his Pokemon. He believed that the Pokemon he had with him now were ready for the gym battles that he will face in the future. So, now it was time to move on. Selecting Gyarados, Seadra, Bellsprout, Gastly and Parasect, Ash switched them with Nidoran, Mook, Magnemite, Diglett and one of his Eevees. He then took out his Pokédex and scanned each of them. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokemon. Stiffens its ears to sense danger. The larger its horns, the more powerful the Pokemon's secreted venom is. This Nidoran is female and knows the moves Poison Sting, Horn Attack and Double Kick. Mook, the sludge Pokemon. Thickly covered with vile sludge. It is so toxic, even its footprints contain poison. This Mook is male and knows the moves Poison Gas, Mud Slap and Sludge. Magnemite, the magnet Pokemon. Uses anti-gravity to stay suspended. Appears without warning and uses Thunder Wave and similar moves. This Magnemite is genderless and knows the moves Thunder Shock, Sonic Boom and Thunder Wave. Diglett, the mole Pokemon. Lives about 1 yard underground where it feeds on plant roots. It sometimes appears above ground. This Diglett is male and knows the move Dig. Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Its genetic code is irregular. It may mutate if it is exposed to radiation from element stones. This Eevee is female and knows the moves Growl, Tackle and Quick Attack. So the first Eevee Ash would train is the only female of the pack. He hoped that she wasn't as shy as before when he had met her in the Safari Zone. He would also have to ask the small Pokemon about what type of evolutionary form it would like to evolve into, that's if she wanted to evolve. However, that would not be done until later. Ash now had 3 teams trained to battling standard and was in no rush to completely train his 4th. With 27 Pokemon in his arsenal, the black-haired boy could not stop thinking about increasing his number. After all, Gary has probably caught 100 by now. The trainer could not help but desire more and more friends. He wanted to catch them, teach them and befriend them, but he also wanted them to teach him. The pair continued their journey when they were confident that the sun was not planning on disappearing anytime soon. Now dry, the black-haired boy's clothes provided him with the warmth he was lacking the day before. The forest that Ash and Pikachu were walking through seemed to wrap around them, never giving the boy more than a quick glimpse of what could be seen beyond the thick large trees. He was beginning to hate the forests, and Pikachu does not seem very fond of them either. Soon the forest bled away, giving the black-haired boy a view of a quaint little village. However, he soon found out it was far more than quaint. The place was bare with no food in the markets and no ingredients in the restaurants. How did these places make money if there was no food to sell? When Ash approached one of the townspeople about this, an elderly man with a gray mustache and equally gray hair told him their story. Apparently, the lake had dried up some time ago, leaving them with limited water and supplies, which then resulted in many of the crops dying. However, there could be no natural cause for this. There had been no droughts and plenty of rain, just like it has always been. The man leads the boy and his Pokemon to the dried-out river, where only small vein-like lines appear. It was almost as if something was blocking the water. This was a serious problem. With no water there will be no crops and the people will be forced to move on or die. So, when the man left, Ash decided to follow the dried-out river upstream. Maybe he could find the problem. Hopefully, he will be able to help these people. The first thing that was found blocking the water was a large cluster of thorn-riddled vines. Nidoran, use Poison Sting on the vines, Ash ordered, and watch as the attack quickly tore at the blockage. However, the water had yet to fill the river bank. So, the black-haired trainer concluded that there was something further ahead, blocked the townspeople's water. Walking further and further away from the village, Ash soon heard the soft snores of someone or something sleeping in the forest. The strange thing was that the more Ash followed the empty bank, the louder the snoring became until eventually the blockage was revealed. "Oh no," the black-haired boy groaned. A Snorlax. These Pokémon were notorious for being very difficult to wake up, as they do this only to eat before going back to sleep. It was a huge Pokémon with blue-green skin and a cream-colored face, belly and feet. Its head is large with small pointed ears and two sharp teeth protruding from its lower jaw. Ash sighed. He would need to catch it in order to move it from the water source. "Pikachu, Magnemite," the trainer called. "Use Thundershock on Snorlax." Moments later Ash walked away from the now flowing river, and with another Pokémon waiting to be trained at Professor Oak's lab, bring his number up to 28 Pokémon. At least Snorlax's bog body allows for it to use moves such as Body Slam very effectively and has abilities such as Sleep Talk. Ash then found a clear area in which he could start training his Pokémon. He had everyone run for an hour, before encouraging them to do press-ups and rock lifting. After the session was over, the black-haired boy sat down next to Eevee. "Hey, girl," he says, stroking her fondly. "Since Eevees can evolve into many different forms, I wanted to know if you had a certain preference." The boy then pulled a book out from his bag showing the evolution Pokémon which forms it could take. Eevee considered the boy for a moment, shocked that she would be asked for her opinion first. However, she was quickly learning that her trainer was unlike any of the others. He was kind, caring and attentive. Then, with determination, she turned to look at all of her possible forms. One looked very appealing to her. She would be the most beautiful Eevee there was if her trainer could evolve her. This form had slender legs and dainty paws. It is covered in fine, lilac fur with large ears and purple eyes with white pupils. So, happily, Eevee placed her paw on the picture, looking longingly up at Ash. "Espion," Ash smiled. "Okay, but to evolve into that form I will have to restrict you to your Pokeball during the night. You will have to level up during the day." "Eevee," the Pokémon nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 19. Dark City, Ash muttered as he crooked his neck at the same angle the sign had fallen to. Due to a lack of maintenance on the wooden archway of the city, it was no wonder the entire thing did not collapse before the boy and his Pikachu because of rot. The city itself was filled with wooden Japanese-style houses with white painted walls. The roads and pathways had broken pieces of wood scattered across the ground. In truth, it looked like everyone had just packed up and left. There were no stalls, bakeries, or children in the playground. What a depressing sight it was. The place was a ghost town. Suddenly, giggling could be heard as a young child laughed with joy at being able to escape the confines of his home. "What are you doing?" the mother hissed as she grabbed the boy in her arms. "Get back inside. What if there are Pokémon trainers out?" Ash frowned at what the woman said as she herded her child back inside. Looking down at his yellow mouse Pokémon, he hoped it could confirm what he had just heard as true. Are these people hiding from trainers as if they were demons stalking the earth in search for them? Why would they feel the cause to do such a thing? Were they overreacting, or was their behavior due to negative experiences in their past? Answering the black-haired boy's question, stones flew through the air, hurling towards them threateningly. Their sharp edges scratched and nicked Ash and Pikachu's skin, causing a fiery red mark to appear. "Hey, you!" Ash shouted at the dark figures on the roof who had been tossing the stones. His shouting scarred the small shadows, causing them to tumble from the roof, landing on a pile of strategically placed hay. "Who do you think you are?" the boy-haired boy exclaimed, jumping to his feet. "If you work with Pokémon, then you better get out of our town now." A tic grew on Ash's forehead as he stared at the three boys in front of him, his fists clenched angrily. Beside the blue-haired boy was a boy that equaled his friend in height with light brown hair and black eyes. The last boy black hair and chocolate brown eyes, both staring at him with a mixture of fear and anger. "Why? What is wrong with Pokémon? The blue-haired boy was about to respond when a man, about twice the kid's size, said, "Stop it, boys." He then turned to Ash, giving the trainer a view of his withered and worn face. He looked like he had aged 10 years in a matter of days, with skin as pale as moonshine and dark bruises under his eyes. His chestnut brown hair was thin and wiry. "These children do not mean to cause you any trouble," the man said. Then in an almost pleading voice, he continued, "Come to my restaurant and I will explain everything." Ash agreed, slightly perplexed by the man and everyone else in the city. However, if this gives him answers, then he could sit down on a cold, hard wooden bench for a while. The restaurant turned out to have the exact same appearance as the Japanese-style houses. In fact, if it wasn't for the wooden sign with a knife and fork painted onto it, Ash would not have been able to tell the difference. Inside, however, was painted a cauliflower blue with dark wooden everything. From tables to chairs and the staircase to skirting boards. Dark City had 2 gyms. The man started as he placed a glass of ice-cold water in front of the black-haired trainer and Pikachu. The Yas Gym and the Cas Gym. The 2 gyms are in the middle of a gang was and will hire any wandering Pokemon trainer as soldiers. "I get it," Ash said glumly. "But why are they fighting like this?" "They claim that whichever gym wins will become an official Pokemon gym," sighed the man. Ash snorted quietly to himself. The black-haired boy did not know how the official gyms were selected. However, he definitely knew that battling another gym was not one of them. It was then Ash got to witness a fight between the 2 gyms through the window of the restaurant's 2nd floor. The 2 groups' deep rumbling voices and stomping feet drew Ash to them as they fought. The Yas Gym member wore black skin-tight suits, green overalls and a bright orange neck scarf, whereas the Cas Gym wore blue skin-tight suits and red capes. The leaders were both middle-aged men, one with thick black hair and the other with thick brown hair. To Ash, they were fighting like 2-year-olds over a shiny new toy. The man in the blue called out his Electabuzz, commanding it to attack the people in black and green. In the process, the electric-type Pokemon damaged some of the houses around them. The leader of the Yas Gym called out his Scyther, asking it to use Fury Cutter. This led to a building completely collapsing under the attack. What were these gym leaders doing? Did they not care about the damage and paranoia they were creating? It was horrifying for the black-haired trainer to watch. No wonder everyone around here hated Pokemon trainers. It was then that Ash decided to get toddy bottom of this the old-fashioned way. So, he made his way to the Yas Gym, under the guise of being a new trainer interested in joining. A blue-haired woman then delivered him straight to the leader, where she introduced Ash as a strong train. The leader's responses were to say, "I will decide how strong he is." The black-haired boy tensed and quickly released Mook from its pokeball as the Yas leader said, "Scyther, attack." Mook emerged in white light and Ash rapidly orders for Mook to use Mud Slap. This caused Scyther's eyes to be covered in a thick layer of brown mud, blinding the Pokemon. The grass-type Pokemon panicked as it could no longer rely on its eyesight. It attacked anyone and everyone, including its owner, who recalled his Pokemon back into its Pokeball just as Ash returned Mook. "Scyther has never been frightened so badly," the man said dramatically. "You are a powerful trainer. You must work for me." "First," Ash said, still playing his part, "I would like to ask you why it is so important that this gym should become an official Pokemon gym." The man grinned confidently, saying, "That should be obvious. What faster way is that to make money nowadays?" Bowing his head to hide the frustration that black-haired boy felt over the explanation, his cap shaded his eyes from view. Then he said in a grim tone, "If that is your reason, then I won't accept your job offer. Pokemon is not just tools to use for fighting or a way of making money." Then Ash shouted more passionately, "And I know because I am going to become a Pokemon master. I won't help you." Turning his back on the leader, Pikachu jumped on his shoulder and the pair began to walk towards the door. Ash didn't notice the sound of shuffling feet as members of the Yas Gym moved to hid. They had been eavesdropping on the other side of the doors that the black-haired trainer was about to exit from and needed to find a new vantage point. If you won't join us, we'll make sure you don't help anyone else, the Yas leader shouted, angry at being refused. Everyone attack. Upon hearing the command, the Yas gym members if the doors and windows open, throwing their pokeballs at the black-haired boy. The Pokemon that appeared were all fighting types, Primeape, Machamp, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. The 4 Pokemon surrounded the boy, laughing as they raised their fists. Pikachu, Ash said, not needing to complete his command. The yellow mouse Pokemon sparked its cheeks threateningly before leaping off Ash's shoulder and curling itself into a ball in the air. A powerful bolt of thunder flew towards each of the Pokemon, which fell to the ground in pain. Ash and Pikachu took this chance to run for it, fleeing back to the restaurant. Once at the restaurant, Ash began to do his research, leafing through books and referring to his Pokédex. Apparently, Scyther, the Yas Pokemon, and Electabuzz, the Cass Pokemon, both become enraged by the color red. This was something that the boy could use to stop this gang war once and for all. It was time to get even and save this town. Barrels were filled with red liquid and placed on top of the restaurant's roof just as Yas and Cass met at their battle grounds. With 9 people on one side and 9 on the other, they were evenly matched and could cause a large amount of destruction if they were not careful. The 2 gym leaders first began to talk to each other, winding each other up so tight that they eventually will blow up. And that is precisely what happened. Electabuzz, go, the Cass leader shouted. Get them, Scyther, the Yas leader said. When the 2 Pokemon emerged from their Pokeballs, the last piece of Ash's plan was put in place. The rest of the 2 gyms team members also set loose their Pokemon, following their leader, S0 example. It's time, let's do it, Ash said and began pushing the large wooden barrels. On his left were the 3 boys who had thrown stones at him, on his right was the withered restaurant owner. The barrels tumbled off the roof, landing on a quickly constructed wooden rack. The force of the landing caused their lids to burst open, drenching the Yas and Cass leaders in blood-red liquid. What happened next was not what Ash had predicted, but it worked all the same. The leaders' Pokemon stopped battling each other and stared angrily at the men in front of them. Their emotions were into overdrive, causing the Pokemon to feel nothing but rage. Each of their eyes glowing red as they prepared to attack their owners. Suddenly, they leapt, ripping at clothing and punching at the men's bodies. The Cass gym leader was forced to withstand Electabuzz's thunder attack, while the Yas gym leader had to avoid Scyther's sharp, deadly claws. After Ash believed the 2 trainers had had enough, he threw a bucket of red liquid over Electabuzz and Scyther, who then once again turned their anger onto each other. It took only moments for them to knock the other out, both crashing to the floor at the same time. Electabuzz, the Cass gym leader shouted. Scyther, the Yas gym leader exclaimed. I hope you learned your lesson, Ash shouted from the top of the roof. Underneath the black-haired boy on the ground was a purple-furred Venonet, that had turned red due to being caught in the boy's plan. The Pokemon puffed up its cheeks in frustration. How had the trainer gotten to the roof? Why, when it just arrived at the place, been targeted by the red liquid that caused the Electabuzz and Scyther to attack each other? The Venonet could not say, however, it had to admit it was more difficult than it originally thought to keep an eye on the trainer and his Pikachu. Leaving Dark City, Ash ensured that the 2 gym groups began to rebuild what they had destroyed as punishment for their misdeeds. The 3 boys waved the black-haired trainer and Pikachu off, promising that one day they are going to become great Pokemon trainers. Now Dark City was a lot brighter. On his journey, Ash traveled many places and was now arriving at the Moss Green Village. It was a small quaint place that didn't have a Pokemon gym. However, it was a great place to rest and restock on supplies. When Ash arrived at the potion store, he was shocked by the dark and dingy place. It looked more like a dungeon filled with plants and herbs than a shop. Inside, he met a woman with light orange eyes and deep green hair, which she wore in 2 buns on either side of her head. Hello, Ash said. I would like to restock on my potions for my Pokemon. Sure, no problem, the young woman said. Then his eyes light up as she finally got to look at the boy and his Pikachu. You're a Pokemon trainer, aren't you? She stated rather than asked. Yeah, why?" the black-haired boy said as he scratched the back of his head. "Then I challenge you to a Pokemon battle," she said pointing at him. The boy raised his eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the healer and potion maker, Cassandra as her name tag said, to request such a thing. "Okay, Cassandra, I accept your challenge," Ash said, thrilled for the opportunity to let his Pokemon again more battle experience. Outside, Ash stood a distance away from the young woman and her Paras. This Pokemon is an orange, insectoid. Its ovoid body is segmented, and it has 3 pairs of legs. The foremost pair of legs is the largest and has sharp claws at the tips. Paras was weak against poison Pokemon, so Ash would have the advantage if he chose either Nidoran or Mook. However, as the black-haired trainer watched his Pikachu approach the mushroom Pokemon, it shrunk away. "It looks like Paras doesn't want to battle," Ash stated as he watched the Pokemon now tremble behind the woman's legs. "I am expecting Paras to evolve into Parasect soon, but it is too cowardly to battle," she told the black-haired boy as she strokes her Pokemon. "But why do you want to make it evolve so much then?" he questioned. "Because I have to have Parasect's mushroom," she stated. Then looking down at her Pokemon she continued, "You see, after Paras evolve I can use its mushrooms to make a new potion, especially for Pokemon. I will help Pokemon all over the world. Don't you think forcing it to fight is a bit harsh though? I mean, I am sure that there are other ways that you can evolve them, it just won't come as quick as when you are battling with it," Ash told the green-haired, orange-eyed woman. "I suppose you are right," she sighed. "But what should I do?" Paras looked at its trainer, the sadness in her eyes made it feel more guilt than it could handle. It was weak, even it knew that. There was no way it could beat the black-haired trainer's Pokemon, but it would try. It would try to be brave and evolve. For her. The Pokemon said aggressively as it stepped out from behind its trainer and onto the temporary battlefield. "What is it, Paras?" Cassandra asked her Pokemon, confused by its sudden behavior. "I think it has decided to fight," Ash told her. "And I have the perfect Pokemon." After Ash said this he released Diglett from its Pokeball. As it only knew one move, the ground-type Pokemon would be a fairly easy target, and Ash hoped that the mole Pokemon will gain some much-needed experience from this battle. As Ash and the green-haired woman ordered each Pokemon to attack, the battle was very pathetic to watch. It was almost as if Paras was playing whack-a-mole, just like the construction worker had, but instead of using his hammer the mushroom Pokemon used its sharp claws. It wasn't until Diglett dove underground and began constructing various tunnels under Paras, that the battle got exciting. Although, no one knew what it was doing until they heard the distinctive crack of the ground giving way and the mushroom Pokemon's exclamation. It was then engulfed in a white evolutionary light which dimmed to reveal Parasect. The black-haired trainer congratulated Cassandra, who in turn gave Ash his potions free of charge as a thank you for his help. However, when Ash tried to refuse the offer, the woman would not take no for an answer, whacking the boy on the back of his head until he accepted. Who knew women were so feisty? Chapter 20. As the sky begins to darken, flashes of golden light lit the black-haired boys surrounding as another mock battle took place. "Magnemite, use your sonic boom attack," Ash ordered. The magnet Pokemon swiped its left horseshoe magnet horizontally, sending a wave of blue and white power towards the recently surfaced Diglett, and then repeated the action with its right horseshoe magnet. This was the third time that these two have battled one another. The black-haired trainer had hoped that with Diglett having an immunity to electric-type attacks, it would put the mole Pokemon as a slight advantage. However, this did not stop the electric and steel-type Pokemon from winning every time. Ash was hoping that Diglett would soon learn some new moves so that it could strike its opponents with a more damaging attack. Again Ash watched as his Diglett did not dodge the sonic boom attack in time, resulting in the ground-type Pokemon to be knocked unconscious. The black-haired trainer did not understand why the Pokemon was the only one to not show improvement through the training. Magnemite had learned the steel-type move Magnet Bomb, Nidoran was close to evolving into Nidorina, and Eevee was training every day as soon as the sun came up, so with a number of hours she punched in, it was no surprise that she had learned Swift and Double Edge. "It's okay, Diglett," Ash whispered to the Pokeball in his hand. "We'll get him next time." In the forest Ash and Pikachu were traveling through, the black-haired boy spotted a pink balloon Pokémon with pointed ears and blue eyes. On top of its head is a curled tuft of fur. It was a Jigglypuff. It stood on top of a tree stub where a large oak trunk had recently been cut down. It turned to face the boy and his Pokémon. Ash was thanking whoever was out there for his good fortune. If he captured this Jigglypuff, then he would have a fairy-type Pokémon that was immune to ghost and dragon-type moves and resistant to bug and dark-type moves. "Nidoran, I choose you," the boy shouted, calling out his poison-type Pokémon. It was one of two types that Jigglypuff was weak against. "Use Horn Attack," he ordered. Jigglypuff made no move as the poison pin Pokémon charged towards it with its head bent, showing off its pinkish-purple horn. The attack dealt a direct hit to the pink Pokémon, causing it to fly back into a hard tree. Tears began to form in the Pokémon's eyes. "I am sorry," Ash told the Pokémon. "But once I've caught you I will make sure you get better." After the black-haired boy said that, he told Nidoran to use its poison sting attack. Purple needles hurtled towards Jigglypuff, yet the Pokémon still did not attack, instead it fell to the ground, unable to persevere through the poison Pokémon's attacks. "Go, Pokeball," Ash shouted as he threw the red and white ball. Moments later Ash had caught the pink balloon-like Pokémon and Nidoran began to glow. In its place stood Nidorina, which had several dark blue spots on its body and large, spiny ears with teal insides. The horn on her head is harder than diamond. Scanning the Pokémon, Dexter said, "Nidorina, the poison pin Pokémon and the evolved form of Nidoran. Its horn contains venom. If they are stabbed into an enemy, the impact makes poison leak out. Nidorino is a female Pokémon. This Nidorino knows the moves Poison Sting, Horn Attack, Double Kick and Fury Attack." "Great job," Ash told his newly evolved Pokémon as he returned it to its Pokeball. The next morning found a small purple insect Pokémon hovering over a sleeping Ash and Pikachu. It glared frustratedly at the pair, who had not noticed Venonet following them throughout their journey since the Safari Zone. What is worse is that the black-haired boy never stays in one place too long, which had caused it to lose the boy and his Pokémon on more than one occasion. So, determined to stay with the black-haired boy who will be able to evolve it, just like he had with many of his other Pokémon, Venonet peeled back the boy's denim jacket and plucked the empty Pokeball from Ash's belt. It then set the Pokeball on the ground in front of it and pushed the white button. Venonet cheered quietly as it was SCKED into the ball and teleported to Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. Now Ash was its trainer and he would not be forced into stalking the black-haired boy anymore in order to keep an eye on him. When the black-haired trainer and yellow mouse Pokémon woke, none of them knew what had happened during the night or that they had yet another new Pokémon to train. Early in the morning the next day, Ash and Pikachu found themselves in the beautiful Grandpa Canyon. With the sun blazing heavily down on them, a wave of heat could be seen rising from the ground and rocks around them. Strangely enough, the pair came across a large amount of people carrying pickaxes, shovels and backpacks filled to the brim as they trekked towards their destination. "What is everybody doing with those picks and shovels?" "Ash," came a disturbingly familiar voice. It was Gary. He stood behind the black-haired boy wearing a large brimmed Hog of Fife Indiana hat, with a pickaxe in his left hand, resting the wooden stem on his left shoulder. The black-haired trainer knew the vindictive body would try to get back to him for his words when they last met. Therefore, Ash could predict the tongue-lashing Gary was about to give him. Not only late but clueless too, Gary grinned in triumph at knowing something that Ash did not. "Surely you have heard of the Great Fossil Rush?" Ash tilted his head. He had heard of it. Every year or so there is a large-scale digging event for fossilized Pokémon. Ash's attention quickly turned from Gary to the 6 cheerleaders, wearing small pink skirts and tight pink tops. Gary, he's our man. If he can't find them no one can," the girls cheered, and it was in that moment that Ash decided he wanted nothing to do with this. Thank you. Gary shouted as the black-haired boy rolled his eyes beside him. Now, I better move and find those fossils quick before anyone else does. With that, the brown-haired grandson of Professor Oak ran off toward the digging location. Ash walking in the opposite direction, avoiding anything that Gary was near. He walked deep into the canyon, hoping to find a place to stop and train his Pokémon. Ash soon found somewhere that was large enough for battles and enclosed so that the battle could not be seen by anyone. Diglett, Pikachu, it's time to battle, Ash ordered his Pokémon. This time, Pikachu, you will be on your own against Diglett and me. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokémon nodded and ran a distance away. Diglett, use dig like you did with Paras, Ash said. As the mole Pokémon went underground and quickly followed the black-haired boy's order, Pikachu disappeared from its spot, jumping on top of a large sand-colored rock. So, when the floor caved in and no Pikachu was sked into the ground, a confused Diglett emerged. Pika, shouted the yellow mouse Pokémon as it hit the unsuspecting ground type with its quick attack. Diglett was sick of losing battle after battle, no matter how encouraging Ash tried to be. It wanted to get stronger and be able to compete with some of the best Pokémon out there. Its annoyance built and built until its body began to tremble, sending small bursts of energy into the ground calling for something. Pikachu paused, feeling a pulsing below its small paws. The yellow mouse Pokémon knew it was coming from the small ground-type Pokémon, but how? Why? Neither Ash nor Pikachu had seen anything like this before. Then Pikachu's ears twitched, picking the soft sound of Diglett, dig, Diglett, dig. Suddenly, two more Diglett burst from the ground on either side of Ash's mole Pokémon, all three starting to glow a brilliant white. These Diglett wanted to be stronger, needed to be stronger, and knew that the only way to do that was to evolve. The three Digletts evolved into one Dugtrio after merging their bodies together. This Pokémon was a set of triplets sharing a single body. Each head has brown skin, black eyes, and a large, round, pink nose. When Ash scanned it, the Pokédex said, Dugtrio, the mole Pokémon. A team of triplets. It triggers huge earthquakes by burrowing 60 miles underground. This Dugtrio is male and knows the moves dig, sand attack and tri attack. Ash and Pikachu cheered happily, finally relieved that the Pokémon had improved. Dugtrio seemed just as pleased, wriggling and dancing in its joy. You did brilliantly, Dugtrio, Ash told the Pokémon. Return. He then pulled out another Pokeball and said, Eevee, come on out. The bushy brown and cream-colored Pokémon was released from its Pokeball. We are going to find some wild Pokémon to battle, Ash informed the Pokémon. Eevee, the evolution Pokémon, nodded as it walked beside its trainer, who had Pikachu on his shoulder. The sun blazing down on them. Eevee, the Pokémon said from beside the black-haired boy as it turned its head to catch a glimpse of a white egg with strange red and blue markings on it. What is it, Eevee? The black-haired trainer asked and looked in the direction as well. A Pokémon egg, he exclaimed, running towards it. The boy found the egg sitting slumped in the canyon sand. Quickly, he searched the surrounding area for any indication of a Pokémon. There was none. No footprints, scratch marks, and no attempt at making a nest for it. It could have been dropped and lost by the mother or a human that was transporting it to a lab, or breeder could have misplaced it. Either way, the egg could not stay out in the wild. Ash stripped off his denim jacket and wrapped it around the strange egg, cradling it gently in his arm. I can't believe we almost walked straight past it, Ash muttered. Good eye, Eevee. If it had not been for you, it would have been left out here where a Pokémon could have walked along and crushed it. Eevee, the Pokémon puffed its chest out proudly, purring slightly as the boy bent down to scratch her behind the ears. I think we will leave the canyon now. Eevee, do you want to stay out a bit longer or go back into your Pokeball? Ash asked. Eevee chose to stay out, keeping its eyes focused on its surrounds. Her owner said she had good eyesight and she was going to make sure that the egg that she found came to no trouble. It was her job now. Ash continues his journey with Pikachu and Eevee walking at his side. Since finding the egg, Eevee had refused to return to its Pokeball, instead opting to curl around the hard shell during the night, providing the baby with as much warmth as it could. The black-haired trainer thought this was a sweet sight to see and could not bring himself to tear the egg and adoptive mother apart. He just hoped that the egg hatched before Eevee would be exchanged, then Ash could catch it and send it with Eevee to Professor Oak's lab. Stopping at a meadow, the group decided to take a break. In the area, Ash had heard a rumor that a rare Pokemon had just been discovered living here. They say it is called Farfetch'd, and the black-haired trainer was hoping to come across one. Maybe even capture one. As he researched using his Pokédex, he read that it was a wild deep Pokemon that tastes delicious as a meal, especially when cooked with a leek. Due to this, Ash learned that humans have almost hunted them to extinction. This could be why the Pokemon migrated here, in order to get away from those that hunt it. He sat there for the entire day until he heard a strange marching call of the Farfetch'd. From the path, the duck Pokemon paraded towards Ash. It had a yellow beak, brown body and a white underbelly. It had wings as big as its body, which appeared to be prehensile enough to substitute hands, as it carried a leek over its shoulder like a soldier would do with their rifle. "Okay, Pikachu," Ash said loudly. "Attack." The yellow mouse Pokemon ran toward the flying-type Pokemon, who was now stalking up and down the clearing in front of the black-haired boy. However, Ash quickly called Pikachu off, realizing that something wasn't quite right. It was almost as if the Farfetch'd was performing. Then it clicked: no endangered Pokemon would feel this comfortable around human unless it was a captured Pokemon. Then he thought about what possible reasons this Pokemon had to try and get his attention. Thieves, Ash thought, recalling the warning sign that he had seen on the board outside of the police station. They were thieves waiting for a chance to steal his Pokemon. "Pikachu," Ash said gruffly. "Use thunder at full power." Pikachu quickly shocked the wild duck Pokemon with all its strength. Then suddenly Ash shouted, "Leave now, Farfetch'd, and tell your trainer that if I ever see you trying to steal Pokemon again, I will call the authorities," Ash threatened, and the Pokemon sped away from the ground, hoping to never run into them again. Ash sighed. He guessed that he wasn't going to be able to find a rare Pokemon here, especially since the Farfetch'd sightings were more than likely the sightings of the same Farfetch'd whose trainer had taught it to be a criminal. Arriving at a small-town Pokemon Center, Ash was surprised when Nurse Joy gave him a message. It was from Professor Oak, asking the black-haired boy to call him when he could. So Ash went to the nearest videophone and dialed the gray-haired professor's number. When he picked up the phone, an image of the man appeared in front of the black-haired trainer. "Hi, Professor Oak," Ash greeted. "Hello, there, Ash. I suppose my message got to you then," the man shouted, causing the boy to wince slightly. "How is everyone?" "Pikachu is sure looking well," the professor said. "We are all great, Professor," Ash responded, looking down at his Pikachu with a fond smile. "I am glad to hear it," the old man sighed. "I know. No news is good news, but I do wish you would call me more often." "I know," Ash said. "We've been kind of busy." Suddenly, a purple Pokemon appeared at the edge of the videophone screen. The top of its large bobbing head popping in and out as if it was jumping up and down in order to get a look at the boy the professor was conversing with. The Pokemon then tugged at the old man's lab coat insistently, when it realized it could not see. "Come on, stop that," the professor told the Pokemon. Ash laughed slightly. "Seemed like one of your other trainers' Pokemon had taken a liking to you." "Other trainers?" Professor Oak frowned. "Ash, this is your Venonet," the professor confessed as he looked at the boy in confusion. "What?" "Professor, you must have made a mistake," the black-haired trainer cried. "I haven't caught a Venonet yet." "Well, according to the records you did," he responded matter-of-factly and picked up the Pokemon in question. "Ah!" Ash shouted, recognizing the purple poison and bug-type Pokemon. The other trainers in the Pokemon Center were now staring at them, probably thinking he was throwing a tantrum of some sort. "You are the one that helped us when we got lost." The Venonet nodded and cheered, happy that the boy had remembered it. "But I didn't catch you," Ash continued. Maybe Venonet took matters into its own hands, the professor spoke. After all, if it got its hands on your Pokeball it could easily do so. Venonet, the insect Pokemon, nodded, confirming for the boy and professor that that is exactly what it had done. Oh, okay then, Ash said, shocked that he had caught a Pokemon without even knowing it. Now Ash, there are two reasons that I am calling you about. The first is that when you sent your Jigglypuff here she was very ill, however, I am happy to say that she has made a full recovery and is now singing like a Jigglypuff. That is great, Professor, the black-haired boy said. I had wondered why it did not attack us. Yes, and the other reason is that there is a new Pokédex upgrade. It has all the details of the latest Pokémon discoveries, said the professor as the man began to lean closer to the camera on his end. Wow, okay, the boy said excitedly. How do I get it? Professor Oak pointed his finger down, saying, just put your Pokédex into that slot and I will do it. As if by magic the slot opened and Ash pushed his Pokédex inside. The red box was then secked into the videophone and, after Professor Oak claimed he was all done, spat it back out. Thanks, Professor, the black-haired trainer said. Bye. Still, at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Pikachu sat at a table looking over the map that was spread out in front of them. Eevee sat on the floor curling its tail around the egg that Ash had given to her to look after. Occasionally, she would lick the egg, nudging it slightly with her nose as if asking the baby Pokemon to hurry up and come out. Every now and then, Ash would bend down and pet the Eevee, as if praising it for looking after the egg so well. When it was decided where the group will go next, they eagerly left the Pokemon Center. However, as they did, Ash, Pikachu and Eevee were approached by two strange old women carrying baskets of Pokemon eggs. These eggs had similar colorings and patterns to the egg in the black-haired boy's arms. Interested in buying a Pokemon egg, one of the women asked. No thank you, as you can see I am already looking after one, Ash said politely. Ah, can we have a better look? The second woman asked. Sure, Ash said uneasily. Then, as the black-haired boy moved to display his Pokemon egg, the two elderly women tossed the contents of their baskets at him. Unknown to Ash, a talking Meowth then snatched the egg from his grasp, making it seem as if the real egg was amongst the fake. Eevee, the evolution Pokemon, growled at the two humans. You're not saleswomen, are you? Ash said accusingly as he came to the same conclusion that his Eevee had. Someone was trying to steal his egg. The two women then began to laugh an evil cackle. Prepare for trouble, one woman said as she ripped her disguise off. Better make it double, the other woman said. Ash groaned as he realized that it was Team Rocket and the elderly women were Jessie and James who were finishing their motto. Then when Meowth jumped out to say his line, Ash saw his egg clutched in the cat Pokemon's paws. The trio then did the smartest thing that the black-haired boy had seen them do since he met them. Run! Come back, you thieves, Ash shouted as his Eevee ran after them.